towns and cities into the mix, that math comes into the equation. This also means that choosing where to urbanize is a strategic choice that you will have to make. Cities add a large negative modifier to the food produced in a location. So building your cities where your food is being produced is
EU5 comes out, but figured I'd play one more campaign on it.
Is often not a great idea. But placing a city might be strategic-minded, not just efficiency-minded, so you might need to...
So what we'll do is...
think about where you're going to supply that city's food from. Will there be enough rural locations with food RGOs to supply a growing city, or will you have to import that food from... Europa Universalis 5 will generate a representation of every single person alive in 1337. This is so many people, it can actually be a little complex to figure out what they're doing. So, what do you need to know about population in EU5? Hello everyone, I'm Benjamin Magnus, and today, me and little Loris here are going to be breaking down the core mechanics of population, culture, religion, language, geopolitics, and disease. One thing I'd like to address right before we get started is that during the production of these videos, I have been strucken by a dastardly disease, which makes me sound like Zap Brannigan. I do apologize for any change in audio fidelity. This is episode number 2 in our tutorial series, and we highly recommend you check out episode 1 for more information about the basics of the UI if you haven't already. Furthermore, we do have all the information covered in this video time-stamped down in the doobly-doo if you are looking for specific information. Today we are stepping into the nation of Aragon, and oh look, we can see the Tinto offices from here. In the UI top bar, you can see here that we have a population of around 1.5 million. That means at the start of the game there are 1.465 million individual people living in our nation. Loris, can you bring out the chalkboard please? Let's start by defining what a pop...
In that case, I don't really get anyone's rival to anyone I want to ally with. So what we're going to do, we're going to release...
POP is an acronym and stands for Part of Population in Paradox games. A POP can be a single individual person, or a POP can be millions of people. In EU5, the defining characteristics that make up a POP are their culture, religion, societal class, and location. Diving down even deeper, POPs will also have their own individual levels of satisfaction, which will represent how pleased they are with the current administration, and literacy, which is an important driver of research. POPs will also help drive your economy by demanding different goods. Without your POPs, there would be no people to tax, there would be no workers for your buildings, manpower for your armies, and your colonies would never populate. Every system in EU5 ties back to your POPs. And importantly, the decisions you make, like which buildings you build, in which locations, and what mechanical choices you are making as the player, will shape how your population evolves over time. We'll explore many of these interconnected systems throughout this guide, so don't worry if it's feeling a little overwhelming at this point. Let's start by examining Aragon's demography and building up from there. Let's start by talking about societal classes. Societal class in EU5 can be split into a large pyramid with nobles at the top, followed by clerics, burghers, laborers, soldiers, peasants, tribesmen, and finally slaves. Typically, the more populous societal classes will be at the bottom of the pyramid, while the top of the pyramid will be home to less of your overall population. POPs will be assigned a societal class based on the job that they hold within your society. And
but for this campaign,
societal classes are not static either. It is perfectly feasible for members of your population to promote through societal classes multiple times and go from being peasants to nobles. It all comes down to how you build your society. In EU5, you will be shaping your nation and its people on the location level. A location is the smallest individual piece of geography on the map. Let's look in more detail by clicking on the town of Tarragona. We've defaulted into the location's infrastructure tab. Here on the left, we can see
Venice. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to do that.
A breakdown of our different societal classes in this specific location. We have a bar here that represents their current level of employment. If we look at soldiers down here, we can see that we have 1,100 soldiers available for work. 1,000 of them are currently employed at a castle, leaving 100 unemployed. The blue bar is representing current level of employment, and the green bar representing currently unemployed pops. Here we could see that wine is created in Tarragona as our resource gathering operation. If we click on the wine button, we will build a new level of wine RGO, and that will affect our workforce in Tarragona. Now we can see that we have a deficit of 650 laborers. That is not necessarily a problem though. Pops can be promoted over time. Here we can see we have a surplus of 33,000 peasants, and every month 14 of them will promote up into the laborer class. Something to note is that pops can demote as well over time. This will happen if their needs go unfulfilled for long periods of time. Back to what we were talking about though, filling these jobs can also be handled through migration. If we take a look at our demography tab here, we can see that we have a migration attraction in Tarragona of 0.56. Now, migration will change location to location based on many variables, such as the laws of your realm that might encourage or discourage certain pops to move about your nation. It is something to keep in mind, though, that migration is a tool that you can use to fill job vacancies. Now, unlike myself and Loris here, pops are not just a 2D abstraction of a job that is being performed in your nation. As we mentioned earlier, they each have their own culture and religion, as well as their job and their location. Let's zoom back out a little bit and take a look at the Societies tab for a moment. You can access the Societies tab by pressing F4 or by just clicking on it in your country panel. The first tab of our Society panel is our Culture. Here we can see the overall breakdown of cultures within your nation. Here we can see that Catalan is our primary culture, Aragonese is an accepted culture, Andalusi, Sephardi, and Gascon are tolerated cultures, and Sardinian and Castilian are discriminated cultures. There are several more cultures within our nation that are grayed out. We can see them by scrolling down. Because they make up less than 1% of our total population, we cannot interact with them directly as a culture. You may have noticed that when we hover over each culture, it will highlight on the map where that culture exists. Brighter green colors on the map represent those locations having a higher density of that culture in that location. In the information panel here, we have our primary culture, we have our common language, we have a pie chart of our cultures, we have our cultural tradition and cultural influence. When it comes to a culture war, we can think of these two as our cultural offense and our cultural defense. The assimilation rate into our culture, we currently have a negative modifier for being a spiritualist country. Accepted cultures. Higher levels of acceptance will make a pop of that culture happier. Here we can see the number of artists we can employ and our works of art in the country, which can also be viewed here. Okay. Works of art and artists will tie into the cultural tradition and cultural influence of our cultures. How strong your primary culture is can impact many different mechanics in the games, from assimilation to integration, spy network construction, diplomacy, and even sieges. We'll go into more detail about those culture wars later. Hovering over these two items will show you that a lot of the power of your culture is coming from locations, which is derived from the pops in those locations. Changing over to religion, we can see in this tab our nation's primary religion, our liturgical language, our religious unity, conversion rate, holy sites if there are any owned, our primary religious tolerance, our tolerance of heretics, and our tolerance of heathens. Depending on what religion your nation follows, you'll have a different religious tab here. Because we're Catholic, we have the Catholic Interaction tab. And on the Religion Breakdown tab, you can simply see a breakdown of the religions in our nation. On the surface, it might be difficult to identify the various mechanics that a pop's religion will affect, but this will become more clear when we cover linguistics in a future tutorial. For now, it's just really good to know where you can find this information when you need to go looking for it. The final tab on our Society panel is the Peoples tab. The People tab will give you a breakdown of all of the pops in your nation. We can see our largest pop are 50,000 Catalan peasants that are Catholic and live in Barcelona, and our smallest pop is this guy. We can see our promotion speed, demotion speed, and total population. We have a breakdown of all of our classes, the number of characters that live in our nation, our total population growth, if there's any separatism in our nation, our migration modifiers, our monthly rebel growth, and our average literacy. These three indicators here will show you each pop's literacy rate, their access to goods, and their total satisfaction. And as it relates to pops, you can check out the Rebels tab. One of the things to notice is that each rebel movement will also have a number of people tied to it. So 156,000 Sunni zealots might be something you need to take more seriously than 400 Ligurian patriots. An army marches on its stomach, and a starving peasant doesn't do any work. So it is very important to keep an eye on the food situation in your nation. Food is a great place to start because it's the first port of call to understanding the needs of your population. Food is consumed through 3 different tiers. Tier 1 being local. Food that is produced in a location will then be consumed in that location. Any excess food from that location will be sent to the provincial stockpile. If the entire province is still in the negative, it will then attempt to buy food from the market. If it fails to do so, your pops will start to starve, and starving pops is a bad thing for you and your people. Each of these tabs is a province in your nation. This number here is an aggregate of all of the locally produced food. Any excess is being stockpiled and then sent to the market. You can sell food as well. Any negatives are being purchased from the market before consuming your stockpile. Something to note is you can increase the amount of food stockpiled with buildings. If we open up one of these tabs, we can see the breakdown of where all this food is going and coming from. The percentages are the total amount of modifiers affecting food production. Higher modifiers means more food being produced. These numbers are the total amounts of production and consumption. These buttons will bring you to a build menu that will show you all buildings that are food related that can be built in that location. And this button here will show you if there is a food RGO in the location, and clicking it will increase the size of the RGO. As you can see, even with a high modifier, without the food RGO, you won't be producing much food. An ideal place to efficiently make food is Sidges, because it is a rural location, it has a high food production modifier, and it has a food RGO. One thing to keep in mind is that food as a resource and food as food is slightly different. If we take a look at wheat, you can see that every source of wheat will produce 8 food. If we take a look at fish, every source of fish will create 5 food. So wheat is a more efficient resource than fish if you're just trying to create as much food as possible. Furthermore, other RGOs that have a primarily industrial output like wool from sheep will also produce food as a secondary resource. Something to note is that any peasants working in subsistence agriculture will also be producing food. This means that rural locations will often be self-sufficient when it comes to food production versus consumption. It's when you add your towns and cities into the mix that math comes into the equation. This also means that choosing where to urbanize is a strategic choice that you will have to make. Cities add a large negative modifier to the food produced in a location, so building your cities where your food is being produced is often not a great idea. But placing a city might be strategic-minded, not just efficiency-minded, so you might need to think about where you're going to supply that city's food from. Will there be enough rural locations with food RGOs to supply a growing city? Or will you have to import that food from out of town? And if you do, are those trade routes vulnerable? You can see that we do have some provinces that are running negatives. That's not actually causing us any problems right now because the food that they need is being bought on the market. If we go back to our economic panel, you can see that we are buying a very small amount of food for 0.48 ducats. We can get rid of that expenditure by increasing food production, or we could just rely on the fact that we can buy food on the market. And on the other side of the coin, if you have a huge surplus of food, that could be sold for profit on the market as well. Starvation is definitely something you want to avoid as it has some extremely deadly penalties, like negative 5% population growth and minus 50% population capacity, which will lead to a rapid decline in population either from people dying or moving away to avoid a famine. Having just enough food is also a risky proposition, especially when armies are taken into account. A net negative province that buys from surplus within a market can easily be thrown into starvation if heavy military activity in the area consumes all of the food. So growing more food than you think you need is usually advisable. Like we mentioned before, you could build buildings like the granary, which will increase the amount of food surplus stored in a location. This can help your population flourish because you can get bonuses to population growth by having things like a large food storage in a location and cheap food available in that location. Now that we have begun to grow food and our population, it's important to talk about population capacity. Population capacity is tied directly to a location's terrain and geographic features. Its topography, climate, and vegetation all directly influence how many people a location can support. Perhaps one of the most important features is vegetation, which provides a baseline value for pop capacity. If we take a look at farmland, we can see that it provides an enormous 100,000 population capacity, which is double the next best vegetation, which is grasslands. You can also see it provides a bonus to food production, which we just looked at, and maximum RGO size, which is how many levels of an RGO you can stack on a single location. We could check the population cap for any location simply by clicking on the location and hovering over the population number. We can see right here that Sidges has a population capacity of 191,000 and where those numbers are coming from. So, why does this matter? Well, population capacity is also a driver of population growth. While you are under your max capacity, you get a population growth modifier of 0.2%, which scales down as you approach maximum capacity. Hitting population capacity will completely stop pop growth and provide additional malices to migration and increase pop demotion speed. But if you are trying to purposely encourage migration, overpopulating a location would certainly help. Now, we have talked about migration a few times, so let's delve deeper into that. You can grow a location's population by bringing in pops from elsewhere. Pops will migrate within a market, preferring areas close to them and moving from areas of low migration to areas of high migration. If it's legal, that is. For example, peasants might be blocked from moving in a feudal society if they are not given the rights to do so. Luckily, our commoner's estate in Aragon does have free mobility of peasantry, but that brings us to the next question. What makes an area more appealing to a pop? Migration attraction is something that you can affect. Here we have a breakdown in Barcelona of all of the factors affecting our migration attraction. Being a market center, being a capital, having high development, and high prosperity are all contributing factors, including buildings like cathedrals. Market prices and availability of land will also impact it, so it might be a good idea to try to encourage migration by lowering the cost of goods. One thing we just mentioned that we should go into greater detail about is development. Clicking on any location, we can find development here. Development is a measurement of how cultivated or utilized the land in a location is. Higher development will allow more pops to live at a location and allow you to exploit the resources to a greater degree. You can see that high development has a laundry list of positive modifiers. And here we could find the ones we were just talking about, population capacity and migration attraction, which both go up as development increases, meaning that a large city will have a tendency to want to grow. Again, you'll want to manage this carefully. If you pull everyone out of the fields too soon, that shiny new megacity might just starve out. You could increase development in an area in a number of ways, most notably through cabinet actions. But the main source of development growth is prosperity. Prosperity will be different for every location and is listed here. You can see that in Barcelona, our prosperity is low, and will give a number of negative malices. I found some high prosperity over here in Italy, and you can see that it will increase our migration attraction, monthly development, population growth, and character life expectancy. Prosperity will build up very slowly over time, so it will take a while for high prosperity to really accrue. Conversely, negative prosperity can happen very quickly. Low pop satisfaction, outbreaks of diseases, being besieged by an occupying army, a blockade, and if your location is being looted by an enemy army will all negatively impact prosperity very quickly. As you can see, the list of negatives from low prosperity and the list of positives from high prosperity are not equal one-to-one. Low prosperity builds up quickly and is devastating. High prosperity builds up slowly and gives small bonuses. So if you do get an area to be very prosperous, you want to protect it with everything you have. Now, for some of those more military-minded folks out there, you may have noticed that this is a viable war strategy as well. You may not have the staying power to siege down enemy castles, but maybe some smaller, faster hit-and-run tactics will negatively impact an enemy's ability to fund a war. Now it's time to look at pop satisfaction, and of course the consequences of low pop satisfaction. Satisfaction simply measures how happy your pops are with the administration. As you can see, we are on the population satisfaction map mode. This will show an average in every location of the satisfaction of the pops in that location. The number we see on the screen is an average. Now, each pop does have its own satisfaction, but all of the pops living in a location will have their satisfaction added together and averaged out through this score. Hovering over any location will give you a breakdown of how that number is being calculated. The four biggest factors influencing a pop's satisfaction are usually culture, religious tolerance, estate satisfaction, and whether the pop has had their needs met. Low satisfaction can have some pretty serious consequences, so you generally want to avoid it. One thing I do want to point out is that we are looking at Barcelona here with a very high average satisfaction of 92.31, but we have a monthly prosperity malus of negative 0.01. You may ask yourself why a high satisfaction is giving a negative modifier. The way this works is that at 100% satisfaction, there is no monthly malus to prosperity, meaning you will be getting all of the bonuses of the monthly tick. The lower your satisfaction goes below 100% will increase the malus, thus lowering prosperity.
Honestly, I'm so glad.
So if we go to an area with lower satisfaction, like over here, we can see that the very low satisfaction is giving an increased malus to prosperity. Let's say you're trying to focus on development and you want to get that flat bonus imparted by high prosperity. You want to work on the satisfaction of the population in that location and try to get it as high as possible. That might mean building new buildings which create a new good, importing goods to meet a need, or perhaps granting an estate privilege to make the estate happier. If a pop with low satisfaction falls below the rebel threshold, they will begin contributing to a rebel movement. The aggregate satisfaction of a location does not inform rebel contribution. A small religious minority, for instance, can fuel a movement across an entire nation, even in high satisfaction areas near your capital. Rebel progress can also be fueled by money from uncollected taxes due to lack of control in a location. Control is a powerful modifier that radiates outwards from your capital and represents the state's ability to exert its dominion on an individual location. Low control means a portion of the potential tax base is going uncollected or being funneled to rebellious dissidents. Higher control also makes pop conversion and assimilation easier and directly affects pop promotion speed. In basic terms, control dictates how much you can pull out of a location and how much you can influence into it. And tying back into what we were just talking about, low satisfaction ruins your ability to control a location. The important numbers to look at here are your current control, your monthly change, and your maximum control. Current is where we are now, monthly is where we're going, and maximum control is the highest possible control we can have in that location based on all of our modifiers. And here you can see that average satisfaction impacts maximum control. We'll be talking about control a lot through the tutorial series, and one of the things to keep in mind is that control can be increased in the game through a cabinet action. Here we can see we have a high admin character doing an admin-focused task, so he's doing a good job. He's increasing control in Catalonia. We also recommend the increased control as one of the very first things you do when you start a new game. So if low satisfaction means lower max control, and low control means pop decline and stagnation, how do we increase satisfaction? As we've hinted at, a large portion of your pop satisfaction is derived from their associated estate satisfaction. For each estate satisfaction higher than 50, you gain 2 satisfaction for each pop in that estate. So it's a powerful factor in modifying the satisfaction of your pops. Since peasants often represent the highest share of your population by sheer numbers, strategies like lowering taxes and granting privileges to the commoners are great tools to increase overall satisfaction, as upsetting the nobles rarely moves the needle as much, considering there are so few of them physically present in a location. Nadalorus, you put that down. You'll need it later, comrades. Now this doesn't mean we could just piss off the nobles. It just means that they won't drive a location's satisfaction that much. This is the 1300s, the nobles still have a huge amount of political influence. Control will also propagate out through infrastructure. That means building a road network, or maritime presence along your coastline. So how else would we go about increasing satisfaction? By tending to our population's needs. A quick way to try to find pressure points for an estate is to simply hover over the estate on the UI here, lock your tooltip, and then check their monthly expenses. Lowering the cost of goods at the top of this list will increase estate satisfaction by lowering the amount of money they have to spend on their needs. You can see that our commoners are spending a huge amount of their money on livestock in Barcelona. Creating more livestock RGOs will increase the supply and lower the price. Now, different estates will have different needs. Our commoners are mostly concerned with getting their daily meal. But if we check our nobility, they're mostly concerned with luxuries, fine cloth, and finding that next glitterhoof. Something to keep in mind is that a higher tier pop will consume way more resources than a lower tier pop. This is a trade-off. It's good because it creates demand in your market, creating profitable business opportunities. It is bad in that if you cannot meet the demand, that will drive a shortage, which will decrease satisfaction. Let's check to see if there are any unfulfilled needs for our pops here in Sigils. An easy way to see what needs are not being met in a location are to simply hover over this button right here. You can see near the top of our list, fine cloth and livestock are in great need. We saw a hint of this when we were looking at the estate satisfaction. The nobility was spending a lot of money on fine cloth because we don't have a lot of fine cloth, and the commoners were spending a lot of money on livestock because the supply is low. If we want to quickly try to remedy these problems, we can click on the Barcelona market here. There's a lot of different ways to sort this information, but if we sort by goods balance, we can find what items we have the biggest deficit in, and we can try to fix that problem. These three buttons will allow us to address the situation. The first button will bring us to a panel sorted by buildings that are applicable to this item. The second one will take us to the RGO panel applicable to this item, and the third button will allow us to import that good into the market. Needs and demography are just one piece of the population puzzle. As we mentioned earlier, culture and religion also play a huge part when it comes to satisfaction. Let's start with religion, and for that we need to navigate to the Religious Society tab that we saw before. On the right-hand side here we can see our religious tolerances. For every point of religious tolerance, a pop gains 5% satisfaction. So anybody we consider a heathen will have negative 25% satisfaction. It is notable that religious opinions can vary, even among different religions within the same category. Here we can see that both Sunnism and Judaism are heathen faiths in our nation. But we have worse opinions of Sunnism and they have worse opinions of Catholicism. This religious opinion provides additional modifiers to satisfaction, as well as affecting the ease of diplomacy with nations whose primary religion is of that faith. It's also worth noting that our clergy estate gets a massive bonus to estate satisfaction equal to 10% of our religious unity number. Our current religious unity is 87.45%, so we can see that we have a clergy estate satisfaction of plus 8.74%. So how do we go about improving our religious satisfaction scores? Well, there are two clear ways to go about this. Either we live in a harmonious state, a tolerant society where we accept everyone equally, or we attempt to force everyone to conform by converting their religion. Converting religion is something that will happen naturally over time based on a number of modifiers, but can also be goosed by a cabinet action. Do be warned though, converting pops will enrage them, and you run the risk of rebellion when doing so. You can change how tolerant your society is and how powerful your conversions are through laws and societal values. Religion and our clergy's satisfaction will also have a major impact on our technology. Here we can see we have our liturgical language, and it is Latin. This is again another pop-driven mechanic that grants a flat research bonus based on the power of this language. Looking at the map, we can see that we share the liturgical language of Latin with most of Europe. We can band together and all increase the power of Latin, which gives us all a bigger research bonus. However, most of our research is coming only from the collective clerics of our nation, as most of the countries only have this as a contribution to language power. In this way, we can sort of think of Latin as a wide language, sharing many members, and Japanese as a whole language entirely contained in a smaller number of nations. Linguistics is where culture and language begin to cross paths. As like your liturgical language interplays with your clergy satisfaction, your court language affects your noble satisfaction. In fact, linguistics affects all states. Having a court language that is powerful caters to the nobles. Having it be the common language increases satisfaction of the peasants. The clergy prefer to be the same as the liturgical language, and having it be the same as the market capital gives a bonus to trade capacity and burghers. Culture has strong similarities to religion regarding satisfaction. In EU5, there are multiple levels of cultural acceptance, each affecting satisfaction. We've covered these a little bit before. Tolerated cultures will give a 5% satisfaction bonus, accepted cultures 10%, and your primary culture has a large 25% bonus. Much like religion, cultural opinion also impacts satisfaction and diplomacy. If we take a look at our accepted cultures tooltip here, we can see that we are currently using 1.39 of 2 cultural capacity. Where that 1.39 is currently coming from is right here. And where the maximum is coming from is listed right here. It's coming from our kingdom rank and our advancements, so this number will go up over time. If we take a look at Andalusi right here, you can see that we're currently using 0.65 of our cultural capacity cap to have them as a tolerated culture. If we would like to promote them to an accepted culture, it would raise that to 1.96, a difference of 1.31. If we add that to our current accepted culture usage, we will be over our cap. Now, you are allowed to do that, but you will be taking many negative modifiers to your nation if you do so. You can also demote cultures in your nation, and if you so choose, you can promote a new culture to be your primary. Generally speaking, cultures that view our primary culture in a favorable light will take less capacity to tolerate or accept. If we want to make sure our pop satisfaction is high, we'll need to make sure those pops fall into an accepted culture. As we've mentioned before, your culture has these 2 stats: your cultural tradition and your cultural influence. When it comes to assimilating cultures, cultural influence acts as your culture's offense, and it is compared to the cultural tradition of the culture you're trying to assimilate. So if you're planning on trying to assimilate a lot of other cultures, bolstering your cultural influence is key. And if your culture is under attack by enemy forces, cultural tradition is key. So both of them hand in hand will make a strong culture. These 2 forces impact many other aspects of the game, including integration speed, spy networks, diplomacy, and even sieges. Notable sources of influence are prestige, literacy of nobles, and art. Throughout EU5, and especially after the Renaissance begins, nations can employ artists, which are characters who will generate works of art. Creating art will give us cultural influence. Owning works of art will give us cultural tradition. Higher influence will increase the rate at which our artists can make art. It will increase at a flat rate, but decrease by a percentage, and eventually reach an equilibrium. We can see here that the Crown of Aragon can support 1 artist from being a kingdom country rank, but we have none currently higher. Events throughout the game might produce an artist for our nation, or we might be able to promote one through a parliamentary action, but most of the time we'll simply be able to hire an artist for money. Art that is created by your artist can increase pop promotion speed, conversion, and assimilation in locations where it's kept. And finally, they also increase institution growth. Which can be a critical advantage if you stack all your artwork up in your capital or other notable location, allowing you to get institutions up and running more quickly. In EU5, there are 3 types of owned territory: conquered, integrated, and core. We can look more in depth at the integration map mode for this. Green is our core territory. This one yellow location is integrated. The areas with the stripes through them are core territories not owned by us. Red over here in Sardinia is our conquered territory, and the striped red area is a province in the process of integration. You can see that our conquered areas have debuffs to pop conversion speed, pop assimilation, max control, garrison growth, and has a huge amount of separatism. The tooltip is a little different on the area being integrated. You can see in our breakdown it'll be done February 1st of 1354, and you can see that
apparently Johnny Somali. Isn't it funny how he's generated more laughs and better content for people by going to jail than doing anything else in his entire life? This guy has constantly been content going to jail. Apparently Johnny Somali. Isn't it funny how he's generated more laughs and better content for people by going to jail than doing anything else in his entire life? This guy has constantly been content just for being functionally fucking retarded.
Oh boy. So we just got out of the J.A.E. Somali October 29th trial date.
Wow.
It's safe to say he's going to be stuck here for a lot longer. Obviously, J.A.E. has been facing 8 charges for a while now. 2 deepfake charges, 4 business obstruction charges, and 2 misdemeanors. But as we found out in last week's court case, J.A.E.
See, this is what we need to do to everybody here in the United States. Like South Korea, bro, putting this guy, like basically totally fucking crucifying this guy. This is what we need to do to everybody here. I love this.
Yoon-man for assault with baton, deepfakes, and stalking. Or, well, technically he was pressing charges against him. And I mean, that may or may have not happened because he had video of it. So they ended up settling that case, and in the settlement, they both dropped their charges on each other. So J.A.E. traded 3 charges dropped for 1 with Yoon-man. And there's no real reason for why that wouldn't be accepted, so we're just going to assume that one of those deepfake charges are gone, leaving him with 7 charges left and a maximum sentence potential.
So he only has 7 charges left.
Roughly 12 years, and a minimum sentence of 2 years. But there's one big problem for that, because they need the streamer by the name of Bong Bong to testify. And to put it lightly, she doesn't care. So today's trial, here's the...
She doesn't even want to testify.
3 characters involved: J.A.E., Bong Bong, and Yoon-man. J.A.E. needs no introduction anymore, as everyone knows him as the dude who acts like he has a room temperature IQ. He's been harassing people on the street abroad for content for a couple years now for quote-unquote fame and money.
Why are you bullying people in other countries? For money, like, for clout.
But in reality,
how'd that work out?
He makes less than a minimum wage worker in the state of Georgia and lives in a bunk.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, $5 an hour.
Bed with the last person on Earth who barely tolerates him.
Yes.
Hank Yu. Allegedly, J.A.E. owes him roughly $30,000 because he doesn't have any.
Why would you lend J.A.E. Somali $30,000? I think at a certain point, that's kind of your fault.
Money.
It is. That's your fault.
For Hank to live. Hank is also currently banned from the United States, but that's just like a whole nother story.
What? Who is this guy?
This whole story, though, is just like the slowest, most dragged-out train wreck that makes it very clear to never harass strangers on the street and disrespect people's cultures for your content, as clearly it backfired massively.
See, I don't know. Why can't we do this? Bro, South Korea doing this to him is so good. We need to do this to all kinds of these people.
Now, for the other 2.
Yes.
Yoon-man, we mentioned in my last video. He's one of the 4 Korean IRL streamers who wanted to make sure J.A.E. didn't harass more people.
Oh, do you remember whenever J.A.E. Somali got out of the hospital? And as soon as he got off the hospital grounds, they meet him inside of the hospital, and this guy's waiting. And he just waits until he gets out of the hospital, boom, just fucking hits him immediately. Just waiting for him to go outside of the safe zone. Spawn camp, yes.
For content. So they kept tabs on where he was, and when he acted out, they checked him multiple times. But the clip where J.A.E. ended up running for his life, that was Yoon-man, who disarmed Hank and chased him around with Hank's baton. And doing so while streaming was incredibly stupid, but then, for some reason, he decided to live stream himself throwing multiple bricks through the courthouse windows during the time.
Fuck, that's retarded. Bricks through the courthouse window? Are you fucking retarded? In a country that's not like...
What the fuck is wrong with you? What are you doing? What a retard! I know! This is insane, isn't it? Oh my god!
That's just come out like 3 hours.
Time South Korea was under martial law, so he ended up being tried alongside of 60 other people in an expedited trial and thrown into prison. And this became massive leverage for J.A.E. as they ended up settling last week after J.A.E. pressed charges against Yoon-man for the incident that we mentioned earlier, as they agreed to drop the charges on each other. Then finally, you have Bong Bong, a Korean streamer who's gained a following in the gutters of the internet, because from everything I've seen of her, something's off. But she decided to stream with J.A.E. last year. Instantly regretted it because after the stream, he lied and bragged about them being together and showed the...
Wait, what did he do?
Deep fake of them kissing on his stream.
So, okay, so you live stream yourself with J.A.E. Somali. Immediately you leave, he deep fakes you kissing him and says you guys are dating? Why is it that I instantly believe this?
while bragging. And what's important is he did so in a very humiliating way. He was like, haha, look at this, look at we did. What we'll later find out is he claims that he didn't do it in a humiliating way, but unfortunately he live streamed himself doing so. So because Johnny yet again is his own star witness against himself,
an idiot.
It made it very easy for Bong Bong to go to the police station, press charges, and now this is a serious offense in Korea. And because of that one single charge, he's now facing a decade in prison over there. And that's what the trial we're covering today is all about. But first, I want to talk about today's sponsor, Cooper. Because every year, shoppers miss out on billions of dollars in savings if they just applied discount codes that are available to the public. The only problem, most people have no idea where to find them.
I'm so glad this guy's
They often take time to find. And a certain app that did this back in the day, they're still facing lawsuits. And let's be real, I feel like a lot of people still have honey PTSD from when they got caught replacing previous referral codes and swapped them out with their own. And they did so when people were just trying to check to see if they had any available
The honey
coupons.
scam.
But thankfully, there's an honest coupon web extension called Cooper. And they do the same with a twist, and thankfully doesn't steal from your favorite creator. As Cooper is a free browser extension that automatically finds, tests, and applies the best working coupon codes at checkout, then gives users cash back for shopping in partner stores. So Cooper offers three main ways to save money on your online purchases. First one being, Cooper automatically searches hundreds of thousands of websites to find you the best deals for products. 2. Cooper also runs coupon testing for over 3 million different retailers to make sure that you're actually buying the item at the lowest possible price.
Pretty good,
and finally,
I would say.
they offer a bunch of cashback rewards on tons of retailers, which you can withdraw directly into your bank account or on PayPal. So if that sounds like a win to you, you can join the millions of users to also use Cooper by clicking the link at the top of the description down below and adding it to your
I
web
wonder if
browser.
we're going to find out in 2 years that this one's a scam too.
But
I don't know.
that, we have a video to finish,
I guess we'll
so
find
let's
out.
continue.
Alright, so it's 11:55 in the morning, 29th of October, 2025. We're here in Seoul, South Korea, trying to get in some last minute electrolytes. I completely forgot my glasses at home, so that's smart. We're gonna be rocking without glasses today. Thankfully I don't need them that much. We just need some coffee, and we're gonna cover this trial and we'll be fine. Originally we're supposed to have 3 testimonies today. It was supposed to be Johnny, Hank, and Bong Bong. But as we found out from watching Bong Bong's streams the other night, quote, she said, "My lawyer told me I don't have to go. I don't care. I don't want to waste my time for Johnny Somali." Okay.
Fucking based. Honestly, fucking based. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. But then, obviously, someone said, "Hey, you might have to
Understandable.
pay a 5 million won fine," which is roughly like it's like $3,500 or something like that. So then she's
$3,500 to not have to deal with Johnny Somali? You getting off cheap?
said, "I don't know, maybe should just go, worst case.
Yeah.
Just talk to lawyer. I heard you could submit a reason for your absence. Worst case, we need to get a flight."
This is apparently what she said on stream when she found out it was a bad idea that she traveled to Australia last minute.
The Johnny's only trial testimony. I don't know. I'm talking to a lawyer, but they didn't answer. Lawyer said that I don't have to, but just in case I will go to airport, I don't know.
Why would you go to Australia
I
then?
think I don't have to. Yeah, I need to pay the fine. If I don't know.
Why are all of the IRL streamers dysfunctional?
It's a dysfunctional world.
to pay the fine or not? There is a paper, like absence
How did this
paper.
She has
happen?
no
I can
sleep.
send the absence paper to 5,000 Australian dollar maximum, I think.
She didn't know she needed to go?
I don't think
Maybe.
I have to pay that much for that. That's too much.
It's too much, so you're not going to have to pay it? Okay.
Like, it wasn't until after she
Good
found out she was committing a crime and could get hit with heavy fines that she realized, oh, this might be a bad idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
This entire case just has a whole group of fascinating people, to put it lightly.
I think they should just put them all in jail. I think, you know, this is it's a pain in the ass for everybody. Let's just get this over with. Yeah, just everybody involved goes to jail.
At 1:51, the prosecutor enters the courtroom. All indications.
All in the same cell? Yeah. Yeah, you guys are all going in the same cell. You're going to be in jail for 5 years. We're going to record the whole thing 24/7, and the prison's going to get the money from it, and that's how we're going to pay for you guys being here. All right, have fun.
To show that the prosecutor is intending to use the massive TV that
Now
is
you get to be a
decided
streamer, and there's
possibly to show
TTS.
evidence. However, if witness testimony is canceled, that might not happen. And shortly after, the bailiff started talking about calling Hank to see where he is. At 1:57 p.m., they're all setting up the monitor, connecting it to the computer. A second prosecutor is now in the room, making sure the setup is ready. The prosecutor plans to show the video. The bailiff then asks if any witnesses are in the room. And shortly after, Johnny's lawyer peeks into the courtroom just like last time, checking if he's here, and then he leaves. So at 1:58 p.m., we find out that Youngman is actually in the building. So that's showing us that there's going to be a testimonial from him, even though they settled. At 1:59 p.m., Johnny and Hank and the lawyers enter the court and sit at the front row. Both are wearing black suits, and Johnny is carrying a smooth...
Hey, at least he's not dressed up as the KKK anymore. He tried to show up because he wanted to go to his first court hearing dressed up as the KKK. And, you know, I think now at this point he's realized that they don't think that's as funny as he does.
That.
No MAGA hat either? Yeah.
The lawyer is consulting with the interpreter. And this time, we also notice that Korean press is here. Last time, they didn't show up. But just after two, the judge
also,
enters
but
the court.
keep in mind that, remember what I've always said about, like, whenever there are actual consequences for things and you don't just let people fuck around, you will immediately see changes in behavior. This is exactly what I was talking about. This guy, who is this uncontrollable wild animal, is now walking in there on time in the morning in a suit, and he's being normal. And do you know why? It's because if he doesn't, he's cooked. That's the reason why. It's actually so easy to get people to do stuff. It is. All you have to do is you provide an incentive that's worse than what they're getting out of being wrong.
And the judge reads out the case number and calls Ramsey calling Ismail to the defendant's stand. Johnny carries a backpack and an empty Starbucks cup. At 2:03 p.m., Ramsey pulls out a pile of documents from his backpack. The lawyer is submitting his written opinion on evidence. This is basically just his argument for his innocence. And the judge receives it and glances at it. Because yesterday, the defense counsel submitted his opinion regarding the settlement. The judge asked the lawyer about the evidence, and the lawyer says the only new addition to the evidence is the settlement with Youngman. The defendant denies charges of deepfake, saying there was no intent. He also claims that the materials...
What do you mean there's no intent? He did it.
...not be used as
what do you mean?
He admits the distribution, but denies that it can cause harm in the form of shame. The prosecutor then submits evidence. Witness...
How is it... no, what do you mean? Like, if you post a photo of you doing something sexual with another person, that absolutely could be used to shame somebody. What are you even talking about?
He's not present today, as we kind of expected, honestly, because, you know, she's in Australia.
What are we doing?
She sent in a formal request saying that she wanted to attend after about a month. Then at 2:11 p.m., the first witness, Youngman, is going to take the stand. Youngman chose to make his testimony private, so we won't be hearing his testimony.
What a surprise.
Hank apparently will also give a private testimony, and the courtroom has been cleared. We're all waiting outside at this point. Everyone left the courtroom, and this kind of left Hank hanging, like right outside the court door, and it seems like he requested to be put back into witness protection, which was kind of odd, because, I mean, no one even went up to him, no one was trying to, like, clip farm him. I see no point in trying to clip farm Hank. Our speculations is Youngman is likely going to give a pretty neutral testimony that will neither help nor hurt Johnny, and we later found out that Youngman is not the one who requested the private testimony, that it was actually the judge's decision. At 3:51 p.m., the courtroom is reopened to the public, and the testimony lasted approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes. The lawyer makes the 30-minute argument where Johnny is...
on deepfake because the crime in Korea. Fact is, all we did is what matters. Yeah, but like doing it with intent to embarrass somebody makes the charge worse. That's what I'm assuming probably happens, because like that's the way that almost all laws are.
Essentially denies obstruction of business at lots of
pretty much any legal system has some function like that.
In reality, it was like 10 to 15 minutes, so he just denies the whole claim. But he's already pleaded guilty to that charge, so it doesn't make sense why they're trying to negate it right now. The lawyer also said that, hey, the whole child harassment, that was dropped, so that should be taken into consideration as well, according to the attorney of Johnny. So Johnny's attorney is trying to paint him out as innocent because that charge was dropped.
9841, 9841, ambulance traffic, reported in Magnolia, code 3, incident 11363952.
You know, have the comfort Korean girls give him a blowjob, the statues, and then have him just crashing out at that 7-Eleven there, and like just spilling water all over himself, and then yelling at people, and then just like throwing his food on the floor. Like just play that video, and then be like, all right, guys, what do you think, 10 or 20? Yeah, I feel like that's it. It's that simple. Most countries don't have juries.
He's scheduled the next hearing for February 11, 2026. And then Johnny, before the court could leave, he stands up and asks the judge if he can do an expedited trial.
Yeah.
And he wants essentially a speedy trial since he has family and obligations in America. And the judge immediately refused Johnny's request. So after the trial, I asked Johnny what his strategy was about this, because all of this does not make sense. I don't understand why he's out here uploading videos of him actively harassing people in South Korea while he's currently on trial. But
he's still uploading more videos harassing people, and he's on trial for harassing people?
She was born in the USA, and ain't nothing can take her away from the land she loves and one she holds.
This has to stop. This is crazy. They have to get rid of this guy. They have to put him in jail.
Do an actual interview. I don't want to give him an interview, as he's already been interviewed a bunch. People know his story. They don't care about what he has to say. They just want to see the trial outcome. So I asked him to his face, like, why is he uploading videos on YouTube of him being disrespectful in Korea while he's in trial? But instead of giving me a straight answer, he just lashed out at me and insulted my family.
I fucked your mother. I fuck your. Your family sucks. Fuck you, man. Yeah, that's about right.
He was having an awful day and was trying to get some sort of reaction out of me. So hopefully he enjoys his extended stay out here in Korea, as his next trial date is out in February. So, Merry Christmas. But I asked one of my legal connections out here.
13837 customer. Emerging suspect small sex, 25 years old, beard. Consultant to appear in front was putting a hand on them.
This would normally be reserved for simple
in Uber leading location, shares address, and comments have 42341 clear. And also vehicles with black as
process take infinitely longer. A vast majority of these cases are also where the defendant is caught red-handed in the act, witnessed by police, and is arrested on the spot, and obviously is pleading guilty. But also, high-profile, high-stake cases such as these right here could also be expedited. For example, Youngman's trial was expedited because he was one of the people who decided to throw a few bricks through the courthouse windows.
Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty easy one to go with. Were these bricks? You didn't? Okay, what about the video with you throwing the bricks? Okay, so you did do it. All right, well, that's easy. Yep.
Along with the 62 others were actually charged. I don't know if 62 other people actually threw bricks through the courthouse window, but 62 people were charged in that case. And for that case, both of the above reasons apply, so it was easy to get an expedited trial for that. The riot took place in January and the trial started in March, and on August 1st, he was convicted. There were multiple court dates, roughly...
Isn't it crazy how stupid some of these people are? I mean, like, I really have to sit back and really admire how just absolutely fucking retarded they are. They have like no sense of self-preservation, no sense of rationality at all. It's like watching, like, it's like what would it be like if you put a horse on trial? I think this is about it.
8 to 10, but they were also spaced out by days instead of months.
Yeah.
I have family and other obligations does not occur my head. It's crazy. Furthermore, the decision to expedite a case is determined by a committee before the trial starts, and the case number assigned, because expedited trials have a designated code attached to the case number. Expedited trials also require a panel of judges for fairness rather than one judge presiding over a case. And once a trial begins, it cannot be converted to an expedited trial. That is why they carefully make this determination before assigning the case number.
So he's basically fucked.
So Johnny will now be stuck here for a while.
And if I use the witness only if they're participating wrong onto the freeway and last seen Bakeman between Otsego and Morrison. 1727 Roger, 9889, no acknowledgement. Do you want me to go outside the division?
If it means that we can have him stuck in there
California Personalized Flight Team Union Flight.
That sounds like such a good use of money. That might be illegal, is it? Oh no.
941, further location for my TC is going to be...
So on and so on. And the judge's response to Johnny's trial expedition request was that other foreigner trials have been going on for over 2 years, and that he's not special, so he too will just have to wait. So I mean, this is just one massive warning to never harass innocent people on the street and disrespect people's culture.
Don't go to random countries and start harassing people and cause problems, because if you do that, you might end up in jail. Isn't that crazy? Wow, guys. Who could have expected that?
True. for just what? Clearly, it is not worth it, and Johnny is in the process of very slowly. Also, happy Halloween, my son has me dressed up as a World War I fighter pilot, because he's also a little pilot himself. And I also wanted to quickly say this is basically the last chance to get the limited edition Mad City Halloween collection, which is on Mad.City, and also the court sketch prints from the first time we went to the Johnny Smalley trial. Both of those links will be in the top pinned comment, and they will be gone forever in just a few days, so if you want them, you can get them now. But other than that, thank you guys so much for the support. I'm now finally back home again, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, because we're just locking back in, continuing daily content. So hey, subscribe if you're new, drop a like on this video if you want me to travel back out to South Korea again, and thank you so much to Cooper for sponsoring this video, as you can check them out at the top of the description down below, and start saving your money on your online shopping today. But other than that, I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace.
I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know what to say. This is it. He dodged it. Was it? Yeah, bro. This guy is so stupid. How can you be that fucking dumb? And like the thing is that whenever you go back and you look at this, so Johnny Smalley, and asking him, I think that's a pretty reasonable question. Why is it that you're harassing people while you're on trial for harassing people? Don't you think that's going to make your trial bad? But no, apparently not. I don't know what's wrong with this guy, but he's just a fucking idiot. Yeah, Johnny Smalley, yeah. Bro, like a literal fucking, like, I am shocked at how dumb some of these people are, man. Like a literal fucking, like, I am shocked at how dumb some of these people are, man. This guy brings people on to talk about their financial struggles.
383, response 989, location 13. For an additional unit request, there's no
How did $10,000 come in last month?
I got my IRS tax refund.
99879.
Yeah.
Because you have children?
Yes.
How many kids do you have?
I have 3.
So you got such a big refund, but you spent it all on a trip. If you make like $35,000 a year, what the f happened?
So when I got the child tax credit, the $10,000 refund, I just wanted to go do something fun.
But if that money is there to support you through the taxpayers, spending it on vacation makes sense?
Not when I have debt.
Okay, why'd you do it then?
I just wanted to go do something fun.
Do you remember what I said about IQ? See, a girl like this would have been perfectly happy and fine in the Middle Ages, digging potatoes out of the dirt in Ireland. She would have led a happy, normal life. Everything would have been okay. But now, things have gotten more complicated. The world has gotten more involved. And we're in this situation right now.
Because I don't usually have the money to go out and do much of anything.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I went a little crazy.
I went a little crazy. Jeez, guys. And I like Caleb because Caleb allows you to see how tens of millions of Americans live. If you look past all the theatrics, you get an unfiltered look at how the system works and how utterly disgusting it is. Yep, there it is. And so there's another one too. It gets even better.
Traffic units, download traffic, Centerpoint, Close 1169, RD 1007. Traffic unit, download, identify.
Like their thing, but she just wanted to find, yeah, exactly, a 2%er. No, she's not a 2%er. She's definitely not. But this is the kind of person that I keep trying to tell y'all about these people, is that they're just really stupid. They're stupid. And anybody who's been to a public school knows this, but nobody wants to talk about it. The fact is that there's a lot of people out there in the world that are so fucking retarded that you're not going to teach them after the job for digging potatoes out of the ground goes away. You're not going to go and retrain them to be a rocket scientist, okay? It's either digging potatoes out of the ground or making butter. That's it. Those are the only two options. You're not gonna. They're not gonna do anything else. Exactly. You can't fucking figure this out. You teach finance and statistics in schools, guys. Have you ever tried to teach finance and statistics to a cat? No, right? Because the cat's not going to understand. Well, I've got really bad news for you.
908 Magnolia Boulevard, vehicles 2015 Silver Hyundai Sonata. License 7 Lincoln Frank Boy 516, 7 Lincoln Frank Boy 516. Information only in 1174. 39823, have your representation. An ambulance traffic pedestrian involved Satakoy and Amasoy. Code 3 incident 116
We pay pretty well.
I mean, I know someone's here working on their birthday.
Is it someone's birthday today?
You don't even know your own employees.
I don't know everyone's birthday. It's Colton's birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Colton.
This is the kind of person that gets a job at
the
an
response,
office
I'll
in the
handle
HR
it this way.
department and makes everything more fucking annoying. This is what they do. Yep.
Congratulations, adults work on their birthday. I'm going to cry.
Yeah,
for
I
him.
work on a nonprofit, and at least they give us our birthdays off.
If you wanted to request it,
respond with a delay.
that's
I wouldn't
his
have to
choice.
It adjusts the thing on full screen.
Okay, if they want to treat you like children, they can.
How's it treating like children? It's more
It's
like
a birthday. Who gives a? You have one every
it's just
single
called
year.
caring for people. I guess you don't understand that.
You're right.
Dude, see, this is the way they are, man. As I said, there's two types of people. I've said it over and over and over. How many videos need to play until people realize where the real problem is?
Okay, I'm forcing him to have a week off in what, 2.5 weeks? So I guess that's not
Good, maybe
caring.
me too.
And I'm losing revenue for that because we're not uploading that week.
I mean, that's totally fine.
Yeah, because you work at a nonprofit. I know that you think that's fine. For sure, yeah. Wow, the girl on financial audit that works at a nonprofit wearing a Bulbasaur muumuu thinks that it's not a big deal to just not make any money. And with these fucking earrings, I swear to God, if in 1,000 years we don't look back at this the same way that people look at National Geographic with those people in Africa with those big discs in their mouth, I'm going to lose my mind. Please let it age like that.
On eBay to not.
At least you still have the ability to lose a week. Because if I don't work a week, it's a struggle.
If I don't work a week, it's a struggle. Yeah, I wonder why that is.
$9,200 a month net?
To me, it's like
That ain't bad. People like the high income earners. Here we have them. That's good. Why the fuck are you on this show? Why are you here?
Ultimately, our spending has gotten out of hand.
For the laughter, for the pain, for the way you call my name. Girl, all I wanna do is be your man. I asked you where you've been, and you said
Pokemon again, bro. It's the same Pokemon.
And we need to fix our spending, otherwise I have told her that...
And she's got Pokemon on her shirt, too!
I have told her that this will likely end in a divorce. At the beginning of the year, we were trying to determine how to best tackle our existing debts. And I've been listening to her tell me like, hey, like everything's fine, I've got money for this. I've been seeing a bunch of boxes come in and no boo-boos come out.
Ultimate illness. Yes, it's fine.
So she's going
to ultimate illness. The 194 by 1 Sherman Way, 194 by 1 Sherman Way, apartment 510. The subject.
my friend in New York City.
Continuing cut himself with knife. Unnoticed arm is currently in the living room. Head team's en route. It's closing to a 184 detail of it.
These people are about my age. I probably could have gone to high school with them. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with millennials. You have a Legend of Zelda
19861, 19861, are you clear?
2-1. You're wearing a Pokemon vest, and you have a doll as a necklace, and you are a 30-year-old woman. Look, I understand that, like, I live like kind of an idiot too. You're No, you're not responsible for millennial retardation, bro. I know that. What's a labubu?
Trend that's gonna die. It's the Stanley. It's gonna die.
What is a
gonna die? It's booze. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Boo-boos come out of them. Boo-boos come in, and no boo-boos come out of them. And
fucking boo-boos.
What's
code 601. Honeywell is over.
Is this like a thing?
Oh, you, yeah, you. Who else am I talking to? Go sit down by your lonesome and entertain the fool.
The location's gonna be McClay and Honeywell. Serving code 6, McClay and Honeywell on one.
But I've never been so hungry.
This is why terrorists hate us.
Rapid Alpha, can you clear me out my call? Show me out the station.
This is the reason.
Sweet misery.
This is the reason. You want to see why ISIS? Why is it that you have, you know?
LPG. Why is it through the roadway obstructing traffic?
Magnolia.
I don't know what the fuck. Has the labubu obsession grown too far? What?
I'm gonna edit the live real quick from last night. While
We gotta get our heads out of our asses, please. This is nuts. Yeah, we have some
What the fuck? What? So
create a couple clips real
We're
quick.
in raspberry velvet and rabbits in the hole where the apple tree fell over 2 years ago, man. You could never stop it.
we've got to bring back slavery fast. We got to do something about this.
tackle our existing debt. And I've been listening to her tell me, like, hey, like, everything's fine. I've got money for this. I've been seeing a bunch of boxes come in, and no boo-boos come out of them.
Win a couple dollars, lose a couple games, walk tall, laughing in the sugar cane, then take a trip on a golden airplane.
Fucking boo-boos.
They're 35. They're 35. They're the same age I am.
What the fuck is wrong with you? It's a trend that's gonna die. It's a
This has got to. We gotta.
It's the Stanley. It's gonna die in like 6 months.
Yeah.
You know, it's everyone moves on to the next thing.
It's the millennials beanie baby.
Oh fuck! And I technically am a millennial by 1 year. Kill me.
Exactly. 100%. Like I feel like I'm like Uncle Ruckus or something like that. I do. Because I hate my own people.
Now, but I would also say 80,000 hours of bad debt is something else to be concerned about.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of the total at the time.
You weren't. What did you think of
90.3
is something else to be
which call verified the traffic reducing ID.
But I would also say 80,000 hours of bad debt is
$80,000.
something else to be concerned about.
If you're call back at 8 o'clock,
I wasn't aware
and you still need us. I'll send it further.
of the total at the time.
You weren't. What did you think it was?
I was trusting her to take care of it, so.
Big mistake. You fucked up. You shouldn't have done that.
Tell me how much the household spent last month. We know what comes in. About 10K. What is it, 9,000?
Making $6,000 a month? That's plenty of money. That's plenty of fucking money.
9,200, 9,400?
I think maybe like 11.
Okay, it was $22,229. You don't know what the fuck is possibly going on. Tell me how much the household spent.
To be fair, they are getting bled dry by student loans for like, so they really spent 15-ish, right? Student loans are such bullshit. He's worried.
I didn't think there was any issues. Up until recently, I didn't think there was any issues.
And you brought up the divorce a month ago, but you said you started thinking about it when you saw the balance. When did you start seeing the balance?
That same day, basically.
Really?
Bro, look at this. Look at this. Pokemon, Labubu, like with like this. What are these fucking candies? This, bro. What were you? What were you thinking? Oh man, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Have you started to see any change?
Yes, I have been putting my foot down a lot more.
So it's you. It's you stepping up. It's not her.
It's me. I'm worried about.
You got it.
Friday 23, you're calling back for your traffic revision to ID schools at Mark Park Key, still needed incident 0813.
And also, by the way, based at least a little bit, right? Yes, you gotta get this woman under control before she spends all your fucking money on fucking babies.
My son, I'm worried about us as a couple.
They have a kid? They have a kid?
Grew up maybe lower middle class and went without the things I wanted, and I want him to have those things. So it's very...
But she's 35. She doesn't need him.
Well, why have you put up with her out of control spending for so long?
I love her. We're at the store. Whatever. That's real.
And my mom would do this too, but the difference is that she just didn't give a fuck. Like, she would have $20 in her purse. And I say, Mom, can we go to Taco Bell? She's like, yeah, I got $20. When are we going to get another $20? Potentially never. But we've got $20 right now. And we're gonna spend it right now. She's paying off credit cards with credit cards. She's not like, oh, Visa's calling again for my money. What should I say to them? Tell them that it's not you. Tell them that it's Count Chocula. This is the wrong number. And she'll be like, this isn't me. I've got to go. And that's it, right? And so, and she got away with all of it, by the way. She died with over $100,000 of debt, never paid off a single cent. She didn't even think about it. She was sitting there eating. This is the thing. We were broke. We didn't have any fucking money. So she loved chocolate. She loved chocolate so much. And so she would fuck it, but she couldn't afford the chocolate bars. And so, or maybe the food stamps wouldn't let you buy chocolate bars or something like that. I forgot which one it was. But either way, she couldn't get chocolate bars. And so she would go to the baking aisle and she would buy the fucking bags of Reese's like little fucking kisses that like you're supposed to put in a cake, and she would just fucking grab a handful of these and just eat them with her fucking hands in the bag because it was slightly cheaper. Sitting there drinking Pepsis, smoking weed, smoking cigarettes while she's on oxygen, watching Ancient Aliens, asking if we're gonna get Taco Bell today. She was 70 fucking years old, and the difference between her and this girl is that she did not give a fuck. She never cared. It didn't matter. It did not even occur to her that this was a problem. Yeah, she tried about. Yeah, exactly. She didn't give a fuck. And so that's the difference. It's like, you want to do this, that's fine. But like, you gotta be in it for the love of the game.
Unit open door 22037 Ventura Boulevard at Abbey Flowers.
And this dude is certainly not.
Monitor comments, postal incident 1 RG 2185.
That's not so good, huh? Do you think that was a good or a bad thing, for real? She did what she wanted to do. And it is a good thing because she did and lived the way that she wanted to live. And if a person cannot exist in a way that they choose that makes them happy, then they're living in opposition to their purpose and their existence. The reason why this is problematic is because primarily it is indulgent and it negatively affects other people, which my mom did also do, which was not good. But at the same time, at the end, she just didn't give a fuck, period. That's the difference. What about when people have been misguided? She was not misguided.
A39
She had
requested
2
additional
college
unit.
degrees.
11405 Chandler.
She knew more about conspiracies than Alex Jones. She was not misguided. She just did not give a fuck.
1677, watch 3. Can you
She was guided. It just wasn't. She just wasn't going north.
1681 watch.
39 1583.
No matter where it's coming from, if you're spending money on it.
I mean, it's the reason why I'm spending money on it is because I feel like I lost out on my childhood. Just
oh my fucking god! You're 35. Move the fuck on. Holy shit!
You absolutely just forget it.
being able to have things like this.
Venice. I did not realize that you never
fucking exactly. 8 years a Disney slave? That's good.
Yeah,
Like,
I think 8 years at Disney should kind of make up for a lot of that. Yeah.
What? In 8 years?
They're from Florida. Disney was in Florida.
Disney?
We've had Disney passes for 8 years.
You can't
actually 8 years a Disney slave.
afford. You can't afford anything. He's not the fucking walk and you're choosing Mickey.
Dude.
Oh my god.
It's just. Not tickets, passes, yeah, so they get to go all the time, whenever they want. The thing is, and I know this guy, you know, they're the exact same age, so they probably met in high school. And, you know, I totally get it. I'm assuming that this was probably, you know, she was probably this really, really cute goth girl, and he liked her a lot, and they got married, and now she's spending, now they're middle-aged, and she's spending all of his money on bullshit. That's what fucking happened. And I bet that's what it was. You're optimistic? Well, even if I'm not optimistic, I have friends like this that are in situations like this. 35 ain't middle age, bro. What's the average life expectancy?
I have the PR's information and the subject information, and the subject's going to be the boyfriend of our...
Okay, so it's pretty close. It's pretty close to middle age. Whoa, it went down. Damn. That was like COVID or something. A little culling there, huh? And, yeah, a lot of people are dying now. How about that? And so 77. And, anyway, yeah, it's pretty close to fucking middle age. Oh my god. Man. We gotta do something about this. We gotta do something. We gotta do something.
No warranty, 2016 Honda Utility, 80 Barrio, 15543 Rain Street, apartment 23 North Hills, registration valid.
People eating too much food and not doing anything and being fat and then making up excuses.
How you drunk? You have large traffic, bicycles involved from a way in Tampa, from a way in Tampa, in front of the way.
What he needs to do is what his fucking uncle did, is where they make it to where like every single kid in high school has to do like fucking like you can't graduate high school if you're a man. You can't graduate high school unless you can do 20 pull-ups.
Subject is Mateo Zacharias, birthday of 11
you can't leave high school.
2009.
And that's it, so not you?
Well,
I mean, I probably could have in high school, to be honest with you. I could have. And I guarantee you, if they had me doing it, I'd be doing it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's a lot, man. No, it's not. If you're a 17 or 18-year-old guy, unless you have a medical deficiency, you are absolutely 100% capable of doing 20 pull-ups. 100%. Do not let fat people tell you that's a lie. Don't let them lie to you. You can do that. Yeah, 20s in a row though, with one break. I would say if you have one break, that's fine. I was gonna watch this. This is a little bit kind of sad. New World is basically dead. They announced, and let me see if I can show you guys this. They announced that the game is basically dying. Like that they're going to cease production on the game. The no new content update. The game was flourishing at 40,000 players, 35,000 players, right? Instantly, overnight, dead. Dead.
I honestly can't believe the timing of this New World announcement. Literally, in the past month, I thought this game was on track to make a big comeback. Like 1 month ago, I made my New World.
Come on. We've been saying this back and forth for like 2 years at this point. I mean, it's been a while, right? I mean, come on.
It is different in 2025 video, and this was before Nighthaven was even announced.
That's the new expansion.
Like all of the updates this year, leading up to the Nighthaven expansion, had actually like grown the player base, and then when Nighthaven was announced, massive influx of players has been received extremely well. And for them to then announce that the game isn't going to be receiving any more updates going forward, the timing of this feels so bizarre, man. And
yeah.
If you aren't aware of the news, I suppose I should just go over that. New World on October 28th, they released a news post. Basically, the game will not be receiving any more updates going forward. Season 10 will be the last season. They're not going to shut the servers down just yet. It says that the servers will remain open throughout 2026.
So you've got a year left, basically.
New content, that's it. Nighthaven Season 10, that's the last content update for New World.
It's kind of sad, you know, like, because I played New World a lot when it came out. I know he did too. And to see kind of where it went.
Mission unit, like order in progress, 8611 Cedros Avenue, 8611 Cedros Avenue, apartment 1. Suspect male Hispanic, yellow bandana covering face, green blue shirt, blue jeans, red socks, carrying skateboard with red wheels, trying to enter the apartment. Underhouse traditional cookery, incident 1240 RD19
received. You know what I mean? Following this announcement, just look at this on Steam charts. I've never seen anything like it. So this announcement was on October 29th.
Check it out to the back of the bar and just for a few weeks.
So following Nighthaven, it actually like stabilized really well in the 40k range, and this is without even considering the console player base.
Yeah.
So hovering around like the 40k range, peaked to 50k. So if you include console, maybe that's like 100k players. Slightly dipped a little bit next weekend. 49k on the 26th of
usually goes up on the weekends.
And then on the
Hollywood supervisor responded 5827 for an edge weapon call identified.
Tuesday is to be expected, and then we get the announcement that there's going to be no more content.
12,000.
And we see this massive drop off here.
Literally 2/3 of the player base quit that day. 1 day, and they lose 2/3 of their player base.
35k to 12k players. It's understandable. People don't want to play an MMO that isn't going to be supported anymore.
Yeah.
It's so sad. What bizarre timing. I feel so confused, and I don't know. I'm going to have to pull this up on Discord. This is something that I was saying.
I mean, I honestly, like, if I were them, I wouldn't have said they were going to cancel it either. Like, maybe they had to for legal reasons, since it's the end of the year and they had to, like, guarantee a year of service or something like that. Maybe there's, like, some EU regulation. But in general, like, yeah, I would have never said this.
This is aged very weirdly. So this was on July 13th.
Yeah.
Just before I revisited New World. Anyone caught up with New World? How's the game been doing this year? I'll show a screenshot. It was 7K good. I say, I'm considering checking it out again, but it doesn't look like there's been any major updates. I feel like the game is on track to be shut down, and I'll actually be sad when it is.
Because well, here we are.
I like it overall, I just don't
Communication
play
unit
it.
will check 14381 Chatsworth Drive. Subjects are 2 female Hispanics,
Is that a lot of
2 years
people, like,
old.
this is the issue. If you like the game but you don't play it, well, you don't really like it that much, do you? I mean, that's what happens.
Damn, this stuff is good.
Thinking of ways to give New World a new lease of life, a rework for the game. Let me know your thoughts on this, and then I was like theorizing ways that they could kind of make the game more. Evergreen, something that you could play year round.
It's just,
man, I guess I had this this feeling that something wasn't right all the way back in July.
it was obvious that the game was dying a year ago. Anybody who thought that it wasn't dying, like, I reacted to a video and I said it was dying a year ago. Many people realized this. There were some New World fans that were on copium, but I mean, you just can't. The thing is that I mean, even if you have the player base that New World has, it doesn't have a subscription. It doesn't have pay to win, really. So you're really relying on a battle pass with some like minor amounts of pay to win, but not really. And you're relying on a battle pass and a handful of other things to make all of your money. You're just not going to be able to support a video game on that. That's the truth, especially one that's required so much development like New World has. First expansion killed it for me. Yeah, paid DLC too. Yeah.
And just a few months later, I did not expect this to happen so soon. Definitely not. I think this has surprised everyone.
Every New World player knew this was going to happen.
Because New World was one of the few good
modern
MMOs to release. It actually had the best graphics.
It did.
Like with all the updates, it had like some of the best MMO graphics.
Yep.
It wasn't perfect. It was clunky as hell at times.
That's the problem. That was the fundamental problem. If a game doesn't play well, it's a bad game. Period. Bad games don't play well. Good games play well. Like, if you go back and you play Classic WoW plays well. New World does not play well. It's janky. And they never fix that. At a very core level, it jerks your character around. It's really jarring whenever you're in combat. Like, a lot of the very, very core functionalities of the game have problems. Like the amount of mob pushing that they had. Like, and those were the things that they really should have dealt with and really applied their time on. Because if you had fixed those things, then it doesn't, like, the extra content doesn't matter. Because all the people that are playing the game are going to quit before they even get to it. Because the game's not going to feel good to play. It's that simple.
It was very scuffed in places, and it was definitely an MMO that...
Somebody says the mobs pushing you around as a tank is 1,000% the reason I quit playing. It was annoying and it made it hard to play. Yeah, and like, you could say, oh, well, you just have to be better at the game. I say, well, you just have to be better at making the game. Fuck that. Like, I don't want to play a game like that. It's garbage. And so, like, this entire mentality, I think this is one of the issues that people have, right? Is like, people have this mentality where it's like, oh, well, MMO players, and this is a big problem, MMO players treat overcoming bad game design as a justification for it being good game design. It's not. If a game is shitty and you're able to overcome it by playing in a certain way, that doesn't make the game not shitty. It just makes you smart for being able to outplay it. And this is the big problem. MMO players take dealing with inconveniences and unfun game mechanisms as a point of pride. It's like, oh, I suffered through this very challenging and very annoying grind in the game, and so this is something that's important for the game to have. So this is one of the big problems that MMOs have, and they focus on trying to appeal to those players. That is, in my opinion, a death sentence. Because nobody wants to do that. Nobody, and also I think that, like, having a long grind is okay, but the problem is that whenever it's not fun or it doesn't function properly, which is what happened with New World.
seriously you took it, the more fun it had. And I think almost everyone can agree the New World is an MMO that had a lot of potential. I don't really feel like its potential was fully realized. I do personally disagree.
True, but I mean, they had 2 years to...
Drive in progress at 8611 Cedars Avenue, apartment 1. Suspect last seen walking southbound on Virginia towards Chase. Suspect told Pierre's mother he would return to scene.
Maybe on year 6 they're going to figure it out. No, they don't know what they're doing.
Agree with their decision to take the game in a more theme parky direction as opposed to sandbox, because the benefit of sandbox design is that you've got like a long-term sense of progression, and sandboxy games rely less on developers to create constant, ongoing, massive content updates than theme park MMOs. And New World took the theme park approach, which definitely costs a lot more because you are expected to just pump out content.
With the
way its professions work and the way the world is, if they designed it a little bit more sandboxy, a little bit more like they could literally steal ideas from RuneScape and then just plug it directly into New World and it'd work fantastic.
Control code 4 Tonga and Netherlands.
We might be going to war in Nigeria.
Mission unit, go to San Fernando Court, 900 3rd Street. Go to 1241 and RD 9 Central.
Nigeria.
Crackdown on the
Rebecca Castor joins us live from Washington, D.C. with those details. Rebecca, good morning. Rachel, good morning. Yeah, President Trump is not mincing words here. This is what he said on
Is bad over there? I mean, I might give you my opinion. A lot of people want the Crusades to come back. A lot of people do. But in my opinion, the Crusades were really expensive. If they're cutting each other up over in Nigeria, I don't want it to happen. I don't want to pay for it. I don't want to send them aid. But I don't want to spend my money to go and micromanage Nigerians.
Yesterday, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into the now disgraced country
Guns a-blazing. Look at that.
to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible attack. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth got the message.
He's just bluffing, it's okay.
Before you want no further.
The thing is that Venezuelan president recording and begging Trump in English, sending him private fucking voicemails. Please don't fucking kill me. Please don't fucking blow us up. I'll give you all the oil. I'll give you everything you want. Like, I honestly, I think that thing where he bombed Iran and nobody even knew that shit happened until it was over. And like they have these bases, like, you know, like
banana covering
hundreds of feet
wearing blue t-shirt, blue jeans, and red socks, carrying a skateboard with red wheels.
I really think that kind of, that was the last time people were like, oh, okay, he's not gonna do it.
As the Department of War is preparing for action.
Message received,
the response comes as the persecution of Christians in Nigeria has reached crisis levels. Islamist militants have burned down churches and Christian schools. International civil rights groups estimate more than 50,000 Christians have been murdered in the country since 2009. But the president of Nigeria claims the reports of violence are misleading and says on X the characterization of Nigeria as religiously intolerant does not reflect our national reality, nor does it take into consideration the consistent and sincere efforts of the government to safeguard freedom of religion and beliefs for all Nigerians. And our administration is committed to working with the United States government and international community to deepen understanding and cooperation of communities of all faiths.
Why they dead?
President Trump also recently redesignated Nigeria as a country of concern after former President Biden removed it from the list in 2021. Rachel, Charlie, and Griff, back to you.
All right, Rebecca, thank you very much.
So it's looking like we might be going over to Nigeria. Like, I didn't even expect this. Like, I never even thought, like, we're going to have a war in Nigeria. What the fuck?
Thank you, Rebecca. Well, it's really hard to tell what's going on.
They can start bombing
We understand
Nigeria.
that they are Muslim rebels of sorts. There's all kinds of unrest in these
I
countries.
live in Nigeria. Our president's retarded.
Units before
Seems like most of the government.
8460 Zero, suspect country.
And it's not just in Nigeria. It's in Sudan. It's in Chad. It's in Congo. I mean, it's all over Africa. And, you know, it's out of control. And it is very targeted at Christians. You look at that. It's not just one country.
I mean, they're religious nutballs. I mean, this is what they've been doing forever.
50,000, and then he says, well, there's no targeted attack. It's kind of crazy, but we've been hearing this from, you know, groups like Boko
Sure seems like
Haram
there's an attack.
since the Obama days. Remember when they kidnapped those girls, and there was this whole campaign to bring back the girls, and many of those girls are still in captivity. This is a gentleman named Paul Adamu. He is Nigerian. He is a Christian, and he was kidnapped by Boko Haram.
Oh boy.
And this is what he had to say in an op-ed with Fox News recently. He said, "These are not random acts of violence. They are systematic, coordinated attempts to erase Christian communities from the region."
Yeah.
As someone who has walked through the burned
It's
villages
a little opinion.
and
1939
survivors, I can tell you, the reality is even worse than the statistics suggest. The United States and other Western nations cannot look away.
Portion of plates.
We absolutely can. Your bullshit on the other side of the world is not our problem. Period.
Have both the moral obligation
Absolutely,
and the diplomatic tools to
Do not have
press
a moral obligation. Our moral obligation is that we have to help. Oh, how convenient for you.
Nigeria towards real accountability.
Yeah.
By the way, he is also going to be on our show later on today, and we'll get.
Profiling Starlight 18077 Lake Encino Drive, 18077 Lake Encino Drive, Coast Incident 1287 1094.
Is that, you know, we talked
Yeah.
last week about the Monroe Doctrine, how President Trump is concerned more about his own backyard, which is way smarter than gallivanting all around the world. But the other thing is, you can use that pulpit as a way to put your foot down and scare the living bejesus out of foreign countries. They are doing things like this.
I'm George Zebra 71.
They're not going to stop doing it because Trump threatened them. Like, if the president of the country is sweeping for them, that means that it's systematic. They're just going to do it more quietly and wait for Trump to leave office and start doing it again. Or do it less and less frequency. It's pretty obvious.
And it's part of the anything is possible doctrine, or the daddy's home doctrine, where people are actually afraid. They recognize he really will make good on all of his promises, and that tends to sort of inspire peace. And we've seen it around the world.
I love the way you said earlier when we were talking about this before the show started. I said, well, I think all the actors in there are bad. I mean, these are factions, you know, military factions fighting against each other, and these civilians are sort of caught in it.
Yeah.
And Charlie said, that's what President Trump does. He just said, knock it off, or I'm coming up there.
Don't make me come up there. It's a great point. But
Don't make me bomb you. Aren't they doing new nuclear testing too? Yeah, I think they are.
We are seeing President Trump's peace through strength in action, because there's soft power, the trade that has gotten so much accomplishments, but then there's a hard.
Somebody goes, what's the difference between helping Gaza and helping Nigeria? I mean, like, are you really asking that, or are you just trying to, like, draw a distinction? Because, like, a lot of people, like, people you ask a question like that is very simple, right? The conflict in Gaza is directly correlated to an immediate ally that we have that we're working with. Whereas Nigeria's infighting has nothing to fucking do with us. Like, I think this is...
Unit running time now, go to San Fernando Board, 900 3rd Street, code 2 incident 1241 and RD 1901.
Ally? Well, yeah, Israel is
89
America's ally. That's what they say. Well, you can argue that Israel isn't actually our ally. And I would probably agree with you. But, like, if you want to know the public position and why it's different, that's the reason why it's different.
power, and that's the threat of guns ablazing. And look, if he does go guns ablazing, it's going to be a limited strike, precision. It's not going to be some starting a war. We've seen this before. He's done that.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. But at the end of the day, Nigeria's on notice now. And I went this morning to the United Nations Twitter feed. I'm like, I wonder if there's anything about Nigeria, about Christians. Nothing. You can find condemnation.
No, the United Nations is, again, it is a globalist agency that has no interest of any country whatsoever, and it should be viewed as a foreign entity that does not have your best interests in mind. It does not have the best interests of the United States, Russia, China, the UK, any of these other countries, Israel. It doesn't have any of these countries' best interests in mind. It is an international organization that has no obligation to anybody really other than just spreading out platitudes and wasting the world's money.
Being taken out in the Caribbean by
There is
you?
that too.
But you won't see that. Very interesting
That's
thing.
very fascinating.
Yeah, I'll keep watching. I'll bring it to our viewers if we see it.
You might be the only one on the UN on the UN Twitter handle.
You can follow the UN for the rest of it. It's because this is what they're supposed to do. They're so absent.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my
That's what I'm
co-host.
saying, right? The test of microprocessing power of Israel would shock you. They're definitely an ally. I mean, I would say...
I'm so tired of feeling awful. So are they wrong or are they right? Am I a good man or am I?
Within living memory, Britain was the largest country in the world and ran India, one of the largest and most populous. This tiny island ruled the world within the lifespans of people alive today. For young people like myself, it's easy to forget how big and how recent colonialism was. How Europe colonized almost the entire planet and dominated the globe for 500 years. At the time, colonial empires were seen by the Europeans as civilizing forces that they were doing out of goodwill to the colonists. My namesake Rudyard Kipling called it the white man's burden. However, today our society is made of 180 different colonies. The West now treats colonialism as the worst thing to have ever happened. They now constantly apologize and flashbacks. The problem with both of these worldviews is that they're too extreme. This video is about if colonialism were a positive or negative to the world in the course of history. This video is going to go through the history of colonialism to see if the pros outweigh the cons. Through this process, we'll tackle many sacred cows and myths that our society is terrified of looking at recently. For God, gold, and glory to the new world and beyond. I have a special integration this time. My friend Fleet operator who does the same kind of stuff that I do in France. Has recently translated several books into English. His theories have been a big influence in my own, where he's developed theories for the cycles of history, and he's also a fan of Winnipeg text. Some of those include he's spoken about the parallels between the Romans and Americans and the Greeks or Europeans. He figures out civilizational cycles as well as patterns for how nations develop organically and what stages of empires countries go through. He also
we're gonna go with this one.
He uses this to predict the future, in which he thinks the Western world will have conflicts with Russia and China in the future, while America falls into civil wars like the fall of the Roman Republic. He just translated 2 books into English. One fits this video topic really well, which is an analysis of the cycles of imperialism with rise, fall, and reclaim, which talks about how the patterns from Napoleon or Hitler show
Demonstrator units 459 Hall Prowl, Correction. 4 units 459 Hall Prowl, 19245 Santa Rita Street.
Look at the closest thing.
3 to 4 suspects, smell black, in the backyard.
The Amazon link below. He's also recently started an English YouTube channel.
RD Incident 1310, RD 1061 standby progession.
To get started, let me use myself as an example for the effects of colonialism. I'm named Rudyard William Lynch, and in the current cultural context, I'm part of the political right. People might believe that I'm an unalloyed supporter of colonialism. However, the truth, like absolutely everything else, is much, much more complicated. My mom's side's mostly the biggest colonial empire in history, with colonies on every continent on Earth.
GPS for yielding locations in the northeast corner of the park.
Land and fighting the native tribes. They're a prime example of people who benefited from colonialism. However, my dad's side's Irish. Numerically, far more Asians or Europeans were colonized than Native Americans or Africans. The Irish were a colony of the English, where the English killed off the entire native Irish ruling class, attempted genocide, evacuated the Irish from a quarter of their island, replacing it with settlers, forbade the native Irish from voting, owning property, or obtaining education in their native country. The Irish were brutally oppressed serfs in their own country. On both sides of my family are people who benefited and who took a lot of losses from colonialism. I can already hear people typing, "You're white, it's not the same." This brings up the next point about this debate. The effects of colonialism are heavily politicized today, and talking about it honestly is impossible without causing mass offense and political crying and emotion. The truth gets blurred when politics are in play. The reason people say white people were never colonized in the same way as other ethnicities and people of color is since white people are successful today, even though that was absolutely not true at the time. The way the British treated Ireland was comparable, if not worse, than Kenya or India. People don't really care about what actually happened in colonialism. They just want to use it as fodder for their political views today. My favorite era of history is the Middle Ages, and people often ask me, what was life like in the Middle Ages? Or, what was the tax rate in the Middle Ages? And the thing I'll have to say is, you know you're describing a 1,000-year period that covered multiple continents. And it's the same with colonialism, where the period of European colonialism, which we're going to discuss here, happened over 500 years with so many nations and on every continent on Earth. And so just be aware that there is a lot of diversity in the period we're talking about, and that we'll have to make some generalizations here. In this video, we'll be looking at Europe's colonies from 1500 until roughly 1950, since that's what most people mean when they talk about colonialism. One of the points people rarely understand is that in a lot of ways this is an arbitrary metric. Nations have had colonies since the dawn of time. Sumer colonized Akkad, China colonized Vietnam, or the Romans Britain. Every society since the dawn of time everywhere in the world has colonized other peoples. People often talk about the European colonial empires like they're some kind of special evil, while the reality was at the exact same time, the Turks, Mughals, Songhai, and more had their own colonial empires. For a lot of the period we're talking about, the Asian empires were much, much larger than those in Europe. I mean, the Europeans have been colonizing each other for thousands of years, with the Roman Empire being the easiest example. The biggest problem in our philosophy is that we compare society to utopia rather than other historic societies that are comparable. People often say capitalism makes poverty, or greed causes war. The reality is that poverty, war, and oppression are normal across the world in history, and in every single society since the dawn of time, whether the pharaohs, capitalism, communism, or feudalism. Rather than saying what systems cause poverty, war, and oppression, we should be really grateful to those which bring us wealth, peace, and freedom. This is a view that originally stems from Gnosticism. Gnosticism believes that the world is an evil conspiracy, and a few enlightened ones whose souls are freed from the evils of the world have discovered that. They have the hidden truth and are meant to fight against the sinful.
Daddy's car. Gave her my graduation ring down by the lumberyard.
Of a world run by Satan.
I felt the
This is a view which gradually
passionate kiss like a bullet through the middle of a heart. Everybody's gonna be so glad to
evolved into communism, Nazism, and modern left, who view the world as an evil, oppressive conspiracy.
Spinning around a steel guitar.
By a few elites, while the anointed and enlightened who know how to make a better world should team up to destroy the world's evil. This is a worldview which holds the average baseline view of reality as a moral evil rather than just how the world works. It doesn't judge it against how the real world has been shown to work, but rather how they want it to work. In the modern left today, there's no way to distinguish what people want to believe and what's actually the truth. In this video, we will be comparing European colonialism against other societies in history rather than a perfect abstract. Through this perspective, European colonialism is a very normal event over history, just on a larger scale given the Europeans' technological and sociological edges over their opponents. Look at Ali Bai and Emperor Tiger's Daughter's prank videos to see how much borders change over history. The short answer, pulling from Matthew White's book Atrocities, which chronicles the 100 bloodiest events in history and is the most respected source on that topic, what you see is that European colonialism was pretty bloody, but it wasn't abnormally so over the course of history. There were some really nasty colonial events. These include the British famines in India, which killed 30 million people, which there was no parallel either before or after British colonization. Leopold's conquest of the Congo had 8 million deaths, truly making it one of the most brutal events in all of history, since that was a little bit less than half of the Congo's population. Then the entire European colonization of the New World killed around 15 million people, almost all of whom were concentrated during the Spanish colonization of Mexico or Peru. Finally, the Atlantic slave trade had a similar death toll around 15 million. These are horrible numbers, and I don't want to discount that the people who lived through these, it was a horrifying tragedy, but there's nothing particularly abnormal about them. The Muslim slave trade, unlike the European, killed around 20 million people. The Muslims had their own empires with genocides, such as the Armenians or Jews, or the brutal invasion of India. 8 out of the 10 bloodiest wars in history were fought in China, and the Japanese have also been brutal colonizers, killing 20 million. The medieval Mongols killed staggering numbers of people, approaching 80 million. The great irony is that for the last few decades, the biggest critics of colonialism have been Marxists, but they scored so much worse than colonialism. Mao killed 40 million people, Stalin 20 million, and other communists over 20 million. Marxists criticizing colonialism for being bloodthirsty is the pot calling the kettle black. However, another point here is that the Europeans have killed far, far more of each other than people of color. Europeans have been killing millions in the 30 Years' War, Napoleonic 100 Years World Wars, and more. The people criticize the Europeans' treatment of people of color, which on average was worse than that of Europeans. Europeans have committed genocide against each other, as most obviously seen with the Holocaust, forced them onto reservations or kicked them off their land, as we've seen with the Irish and Acadians, locked each other in concentration camps with the Boers, and anything else you can think of. We have unrealistic views about this today, given we think that war is impossible, and after World War II, we decided just to freeze borders, and wars of expansion were always evil. However, this is a trauma reaction to how horrible the world wars were that can account for reality. You can't freeze the world map. In fact, what sounds reasonable is really a very conservative stance, since it holds the current ruling powers to dominate the world forever. Imagine if we just closed borders and empires in any other year of history. World War I, even for how awful it was necessary since social institutions had stratified and fossilized, and the world needed violence and a crash to reset to a more healthy place. Imagine if Austro-Hungary was still a country today. or if Britain owned all of East Africa. Due to this, war is the norm over history, and we must see war again in the future. Azargat's masterful book, War and Human Civilization, which I think is one of the best ever written, talks about how war is necessary to human society, and covers history of war and how war influences human culture. We tend not to ask the question, why do we wage war? However, the reality is that war is normal, peace is known. Peace happens once war is no longer economical, since one power is so great that it doesn't make sense for any other player, such as the Pax Romana, Britannica, or Americana. For all of human history before World War II, there was a principle named the right of conquest, which is that the conqueror deserves the land he conquers from the local people. This sounds like a brutal principle, and it is, but for a second, let's not view it as a statement of how the world should be, but how it really exists in fact. The reality is, whether or not we like it, the right of conquest is how the world works. Every country in the world got its land from conquering it from someone else. The reason Russia or France have the borders they do is because of war. The state exists predominantly to defend or manage a certain geographic region, and if it fails at that, it stops being a real state when someone else takes over. We act like this isn't the way the world is today, but the only reason East Germany and North Korea existed at all was right of conquest by the Russians. The reason Bangladesh or America are independent is because their militaries took it. The reason Texas or California are part of America and not Mexico is right of conquest. The problem we have today is that we live in a historical aberration, the Pax Americana, in which the Americans have agreed to block any attempts to conquer territory and open borders. I see people act as if we're just too enlightened to have empires today. The reality, though, is that today the U.S. acts exactly like an empire, with armies, bases, and navies. Meanwhile, countries like Russia and China, openly imperialist, wanting to expand their territory. Hell, we're even seeing a war in Niger now, where France maintains what really amounts to an empire in West Africa. Peter Zeihan talks a lot about this point today, but since the Americans protect global trade, you don't need a strong military to survive as a country. However, this is a historical aberration. In previous eras, if you wanted to trade your goods, you needed a strong navy. You needed a military to protect your borders, and your neighbors were constantly scheming to conquer you. When you conquered your neighbors, you didn't treat them well, since you knew and remembered a time when they conquered you and did the same. This is just how the world's been for forever before the Pax Americana. This wasn't really viewed as good or bad, just the way the world worked. I often see comedians or members of the chattering classes today make snarky remarks. Isn't it so weird the Europeans would invade other people's lands and take their stuff? The short answer is no, since standards were much lower. When people talk about slavery, they don't keep in mind that these were societies where most free people lived in abject poverty, and so there was a legitimate intellectual argument that the slaves lived better lives than the free poor, since they were economically more secure, and they'd be poor either way. To be clear, I don't support slavery. In many videos, I've said it's one of the worst things you can do to a society. However, the fact that most people over history did means that this is a more complicated and money issue than we give credit for. In this scarce world, the choice for colonialism was if you would help your country's poor at the expense of another country's. The idea of colonizing the New World was a ray of hope for millions of desperately poor people. The precedent that we're trying to judge the rest of history from exists in only a handful of countries for 80 years, and we can't hold on to it, so we're judging the entire human experience from a very weird sliver of history. We're not better people today, we're just richer and more complacent. We tolerate loads of horrible stuff when it's not in our immediate view, whether the close to slave labor conditions that make our clothes, mine the chips for our phones, factory farming, and our society tolerates cancel culture or modern witch burnings over very minor things. In our society, just go online and you'll see that we're incredibly cruel to each other. If you look at Twitter, it's impossible to believe the average person has advanced beyond witch burnings to real tolerance and humility. I remember right when the Ukraine war started, which, by the way, I do support America's role in, there was a poll where a majority of left-leaning Americans wanted to have a war with Russia to support Ukraine. Then I thought to myself, you guys criticize the rest of history for being bloodthirsty, but you want to start a war that would kill millions of people on just a whim like this? For a country that explicitly chose to not be our ally and put itself under our protection. Again, we're not more moral, we're just in a position where we're safe enough to pretend to be. The fact of the Ukraine war and China preparing to invade Taiwan also shows that we're not beyond war today. We keep on calling people in the 19th century racist, but remember, Britain ended the Atlantic slave trade and made it so that other countries also couldn't practice it around the world. The northern United States lost hundreds of thousands of people to end slavery in the South. Would Gen Z today really be willing to die for the things they care about? I'm going to be discussing a lot of objectively horrible things here, like the Spanish invasion of Mexico, which killed millions of people, or the African slave trade. I know the Europeans did some really bad things in colonialism, but I want to play the devil's advocate to explain for some of the reasons why they did. If we want to get into the heads of colonizers a little bit more easily, keep in mind how weird and fast colonization was. Imagine a human ship is finally able to reach another planet. Native peoples there are completely different from us, and they sacrifice their own people to the gods, practice cannibalism, and worship a god that looks like our Satan. They then attack our men the first second we land. Upon discovering this alien species, how many people on Earth would want to wipe them out in an instant before they could do anything or get more dangerous? I actually think most people on Earth would support that. Orson Scott Card's books are about this. The thing is, the situation I described is exactly what the discovery of Mexico by the Spanish felt like. The people involved didn't know if the Native Americans were even human. There was a big debate about if they had souls. It's easy for us to say how bad racism was in retrospect, but we're not in a world anymore when you run into another culture they practice cannibalism, human sacrifice, foot binding, and war. Imagine you're from a very religious society, and then you discover a population which does all the things we were told are evil ever since childhood. The assumption going into the African slave trade was that Africans weren't fully human. I know that worldview was partly created to enslave Africans, so it's not an excuse. But keep in mind that these were societies that didn't have the scientific tools to the same degree we have today, and so when they saw Africa's lower level of development, ascribed it to intrinsic intelligence among the Africans, rather than other factors like historical change or geography. In a society where animals worked for free, and almost all Europeans lived in poverty and worked for close to free, and where all the scientists and cultural authorities said Africans were inferior, you can see why this society thought a slave trade was acceptable. There's always multiple sides to a story, and another side to the African slave trade was that the Europeans hadn't practiced slavery for 500 years before. And there was an assumption at the time that slavery was inherently wrong. And we know from diaries and records that the Europeans did feel a lot of guilt for practicing slavery. There was also the side that the Europeans were doing something that they knew to be objectively morally wrong. We like to whitewash these events and make them clear European versus Native wars, while the reality is that they're much more complicated and bloody. The vast majority of people who bought and sold slaves to Europeans in the African slave trade were black. 90% of the Spanish armies that attacked Mexico or Peru were Native. 90% of the soldiers that fought for the British in India were Indians. Native peoples were happy to work with European colonizers to get an advantage over their local rivals. An example I'll throw out is that the Huron and a lot of other tribes in the eastern United States worked with the French, and they didn't view it as betraying their people because they were using the French to help fight against the Iroquois, another native tribe, which committed genocide against the Huron and depopulated an 1,000-mile area from Buffalo to St. Louis. Both sides, not just the Europeans, were brutal here. People give the Tlaxcala a lot of crap for teaming up against the Aztecs, but the Aztecs were a giant empire that had killed millions of people and was trying to conquer the Tlaxcala. And then the Tlaxcala, by siding with the Spanish, gave themselves kind of the positions of being a new nobility inside the Spanish Empire, and the Spanish gave them pretty good self-governance until the fall of their empire, so it was only a betrayal from their entire racist perspective, not that of their individual people. As a personal example, on my mom's side, I have 5 ancestors who died fighting the Indians in the colonization of the U.S. And the native peoples of the United States, like the Iroquois or Huron, would, after capturing someone, torture them for days by ripping their skin off and then eat their hearts as a way to get their strength. And I know the Europeans genocide the natives and wipe them out. But in every single frontier, the natives did things that gave the Europeans a right to hate them, even though the Europeans often did terrible things back to the natives. And there are no angels in this story, and these were incredibly brutal wars. An important factor to keep in mind is that the kinds of people who would sail for months on end to dangerous places, where they would probably die to make their fortunes, tended to be very hard and sociopathic guys. This selection for sociopaths, and on top of that, the Europeans having such advanced technological abilities, allowed them to get carried away. Colonialism was almost always done by small groups of aggressive men without any oversight. Colonialism was never planned by European governments. What happened instead was that companies would organize colonization and then would tell their countries that they had a colony in blank after doing it. In a lot of cases, the governments couldn't control the process even if they wanted to. As an example, let's look to the Spanish conquest of Mexico and Peru, where Cortez and Pizarro just got a couple hundred buddies together, discovered those empires, and then conquered them for Spain. The Spanish government literally couldn't have done anything, since they had no idea those areas existed before they conquered them. A very apt comparison in recent history is with the digital and tech revolution, where these computer whizzes made these massive platforms and breakthroughs that changed the world, and actually tech VC and startup organization is very similar to the colonial companies and expeditions in the Age of Discovery, but because the government had no clue what was going on, large and massive effects, many of which were negative, occurred, like female depression and suicide rates have quadrupled, male virginity has tripled, political radicalism has skyrocketed, and in the same way the European governments couldn't keep tabs on what was going on in the colonies since it was thousands of miles away, the average US senator is 75 years old, and so he has no clue how to deal with these services. What often happened was that the centralized governments came in afterwards and tried to clean up the excesses done by the colonial companies and adventurers. Two easy examples are the British East India Company and with Pizarro in Peru. Pizarro, Clive, and Columbus were all put on trial by their own governments for atrocities, so it's not like the centralized governments didn't care what was going on in the colonies. The Spanish government went to great effort to try to protect the Native Americans from complete slavery, but the problem was that since the empire was so big, it just didn't have the ability to really control the oppressive conquistadors on the ground. The British government passed a law in 1763 to prevent American settlement west of the Appalachians to protect the native people. But the American settlers refused to accept this, settled it anyway, and then caused a revolution that resulted in the British losing America. This process of European governments trying to restrain their own settlers happened many times, and almost always failed. I was reading a book by the journalist John Gunter, who was the most famous of the post-World War II era, and he was visiting 1950s Africa and went to Kenya, where there was a apartheid system with a very stark racial line between whites and blacks. One of the biggest sticking points is the native blacks weren't allowed to go to the colonial country clubs that the whites had. This might not sound like a big deal, but the country clubs was where the elite met and governed the society. And this might sound racist today, and it literally fits the definition of being racist, but when the British first colonized the region, the technological and social level between the native Africans and the British was 2,000 years. Objectively, the native peoples of Kenya had a technological level equal to Britain's before the Roman colonization, with no literacy, roads, or centralized government. When the British first colonized the region, this very split society made sense since they were on such different levels of development that no other systems could realistically work. The problem later on was that as the Africans caught up with the British, and by the 50s, there was a sizable native African educated class. The British had no plans to let the Africans in on the British's institutions. This is a major problem we'll see again and again with colonialism. The institutions that were formed when the empire was originally created gradually stop working as the society changes and the locals acclimated to European standards. As a general life rule, if you see someone doing something that makes absolutely no sense to you, try not to judge them and think, What assumptions are they starting with, and are those assumptions actually correct for the world they live in? And you find that that completely changes your perspective on the world. There's a really good book named The Rule of Empires, which goes through a series of imperial conquests ranging from Roman Britain, Arab Spain, to British Kenya, or Spanish Peru. It makes a couple of fascinating points. One detail is that the author always shows an example of a colonizing country being colonized themselves, like the Romans colonizing Britain and the French colonizing Italy, and it shows that everyone gets pulled by the wheel of history at some point. However, the thesis of the book is that empires are never made in good faith, which I agree with. If you look at the conqueror's policies, they always benefit the ruling elite and the conquering ethnicity. Even at Rudyard Kipling's time, in the high imperialism of 1900, where there was a lot of rhetoric around the white man's burden and positive colonialism, the usual result of conquest was division of the native people's land and then looting their society. It's normal for the conquered to be excluded from many privileges and rule of their own society treated as second-class citizens inside their own nation. India benefited from the railroads, government, science, law, military, and more that the British gave them. However, the British gave them those institutions because it made India easier to govern. This is clearly showing that the British let 30 million Indians starve out raising children. Sashi Tharoor's Glorious Empire is a good way of showing how the British native Indians content. And even the things the British did, like irrigating large areas of Pakistan, were done to increase tax revenue. However, that doesn't mean the conquered don't accrue benefits from empire, which they often do to a tremendous amount. A point Dan Carlin made is that once you strip away the positives of empire, which often takes centuries to accrue, which is unity, government, technology, and trade, the great many form empires, such as Genghis Khan, Julius Caesar, and Alexander's main accomplishments in life have been the death of colonials. If we throw the baby out with the bathwater, we remove modern science, medicine, technology, democracy, economy, and exchange, human rights, and more out the window. Colonialism is synonymous with modern world. The non-European societies, except Japan, were completely unwilling to adapt to the modern world without force. The Chinese, Indians, and Muslims only accepted modern science after their empires burned and their failings became completely obvious. These societies would still be medieval today without colonialism as they were just 100 years ago. Africans can be very clear about how dependent their societies are upon colonialism, how the institutions they depend upon are based off European forms, how the only trains and roads that work are those who are built by the Europeans, or that the only way they can communicate across their large multi-ethnic nations is through English or French. A complicated point here is that the effects of colonialism aren't just related to colonialism itself. For example, the average African was unaffected by European colonialism during colonialism. Remember, the Europeans only ruled Africa for 60 years, and were normally 0.01% of the population. Thus, the effects of colonialism, such as modern technology, Christianity, a money-based market, or the centralized nation, only reached the normal African decades after colonialism. On a purely numeric basis, colonialism and really modern technology have saved far more lives than the Earth. Just as an example, the spread of clean water and anti-malarial medicine, both of which brought by the Europeans, have saved hundreds of millions of lives. This is one of the paradoxes we see in history, especially in war. For example, World War I killed around 15 million people, but penicillin, which was developed as a side effect of World War I, saved hundreds of millions of lives. These are completely dependent upon Europe's influence on the world, given all of these countries that come to Europe and its diaspora. One of the other points of the book The Rule of Empires is that the pain of colonialism has much more to do with the power relationships in each colonial country rather than the morality of the people involved. When the British colonized India, they were so outnumbered, around 1,001, they needed to work with the local Indians very closely to control India. When the Spanish colonized Peru, they were terrible, killing off the entire ruling class, enslaving the native population, treating them terribly. However, they were able to do that since the technological and social difference between them was was large enough that they could get away with it. The British men in India weren't more moral than the Spanish in Peru, at least by a big margin. Rather, they weren't in a situation where they could get away with being as brutal. You know this is the case because you'll see this across the same empires in the same time period. The Spanish were cruel to the Peruvians since they could, but the Spanish Empire was very kind to Belgium, since Belgium was a colony that was surrounded on all sides by opponents who could seize it, while also being very wealthy, so the Spanish couldn't afford to lose Belgium. Freedom is a market value where, due to a combination of technology, numbers, unified society, military ability, and geography, certain areas can demand much better treatment than others. For this reason, differing regions got very different results from European colonialism, often by the same countries due to having very different circumstances. What we're seeing with colonialism was Europe, for a series of reasons I tackled in this video, had a staggering superiority in technology and society. The European governments didn't plan it, but enterprising groups of Europeans colonized the world. The question is, did this have to happen? And I'd say yes. There are societies that wouldn't have pushed to colonize everything they could, like the Chinese turning inwards in the 1400s, but they also didn't invent anything after that same time. However, the Europeans of our world, who created the modern world, pushing technology forward and more, would have always done it. As Oswald Spengler said, the European spirit that drove to colonize the world was the same that also developed modern science, which saved millions of lives and created Mozart. They're two sides of the same coin. Modernity is colonialism. For an example of the logic of force and practicality that went together with colonialism, look at the colonization of Africa at the end of the 19th century. Europeans hadn't been able to penetrate the African interior, given the local diseases were so terrible. However, with the invention of modern medicine, steamships, and the railroad, the Europeans carved up Africa in a matter of a decade. I've done a lot of research on this topic, which I've covered in this video, and the short answer for why the Europeans did this was that they just could, and the technological difference made it incredibly easy. Less than 5,000 Europeans died in the scramble for Africa. For a reference, that's about 30 seconds of the Battle of the Somme. In the 1960s, the Europeans gave up their African colonies peacefully. The reason was that the Europeans no longer had growing populations that made the colonies make sense, and on top of that, the African colonies weren't profitable. We forget this today, but Europe was losing large amounts of money holding on to Africa, which was lightly populated and poor. In 1900, less than 1% of the British stock market or economy was involved in Africa. The entire British Empire was only 15% of the British stock market and foreign trade and economy, most of which was white colonies like Canada or Australia, followed by India. Colonialism happened not because it was super profitable, but simply because the Europeans could do it. As a final point, people like to say that Europe and the Industrial Revolution and modernity stemmed from colonialism, and there is literally no evidence for this and lots of evidence contrary to it. Europe was already the wealthiest and most technologically advanced place in the world by a significant margin at the end of the Middle Ages, and after colonialism, Europe's economies took off while those of the colonies collapsed, which signified that colonialism was an economic drain to Europe, but a boon to the colonies. There's also no correlation you can run between colonies and wealth. Places with very large colonies, such as Spain or Portugal, would often fall behind economically. And from everything we see, colonialism was a representation of Europe's advancement and technological and economic superiority, rather than being an effect of it. The negatives of European colonialism are common across empires in every society, but at the same time, there is no parallel to the better aspects of European colonialism.
But if these guys
Europe giving up its colonies peacefully has no parallel in history. It's sad that the Europeans can't be proud, or the Africans grateful, for doing something that is insanely generous by history's standards. Although the Europeans were deeply brutal, there is no parallel over history to their generosity with their subjects. There's a book named The Barbarous Years about the British colonization of Eastern North America in the 1600s. There's an interesting anecdote that Jamestown, the first British colony in America, was run by a man who was sympathetic to the Indians. He signed a peace treaty with them and tried to do goodwill with them. The natives just used this as cover to launch an attack on Jamestown, which killed him. When we backseat drive at history, we forget what it was actually like at the time. The reason people don't trust other groups is because stuff like that's normal. Liking each other and goodwill is strange. However, this story from Jamestown is demonstrative of this European humanitarian impulse that you saw for all of colonialism, which is absent from other cultures. It goes back to the Spanish colonization of the Caribbean, which Bartolomeu de las Casas wrote letters reprimanding the enslavement of the native tribes. The Spanish crown then went to great effort to protect the natives.
Oh fuck yeah, Austria joined. People states joined.
The population from the conquistadors. One of my favorite eras of history is colonial America, and there's a very clear streak among the British settlers of caring about the natives, and often genuinely liked them, even as they fought them. There is no parallel to this in other world cultures. The West's humanitarianism is not normal, and we forget that the rest of the world's never gotten on board. The Russians are invading Ukraine now. Turks are actively building a new empire while oppressing the Kurds. India is oppressing its Muslims in Kashmir, while most societies in Southeast Asia are committing genocide. China is also committing genocide, colonizing ethnic minorities and turning itself into a Orwellian state. The humanitarian streak grew in the West as it became wealthier. There's an interesting book called Freedom, which talks about the settlement of both America and New Zealand. The wars against the natives were much bloodier in the U.S. when the settlement of New Zealand was peaceful. This is since the Enlightenment changed the worldview from natives being heathens without souls to being part of the universal brotherhood of man. As I've said before, the West isn't special for practicing slavery. Most societies have. It is for abolishing it. The West was the only society that felt guilty for its actions and changed, which is something we forget today. We're confused in that we think the world just magically became moral. The moral arc of history doesn't exist. We make it happen. In the 20th century, the Nazis and Soviets practiced the largest slavery and mass death ever. Social justice is trying to drag us back to witch burnings and medieval senses of heresy and declare of good versus evil. In John Winter's book, where he traveled around 1950s Africa, and he was famous, he was able to interview all the most important figures in every society. And you would ask these British officials, you put a lot of effort into educating the native peoples, but the second they become educated, they suddenly become nationalists and start lobbying for independence. And the British officials will say, we do it because it's the right thing to do, and whether or not they become nationalists is their private choice as individuals. And that kind of sense doesn't exist in any other societies, and we need to give the British credit for that. In any other society in history, Gandhi's attempt to shame the British through peaceful non-resistance would have just resulted in him getting hanged by the British government. The fact that that didn't happen suggests a morally much more advanced regime than almost anything else in history. The West did something genuinely great in changing itself for the better and becoming humanitarian. But as other eras of history would have immediately told us, kindness doesn't get you much love in international politics. Countries don't praise the West for this, since they're our rivals, and they won't love us no matter what we do. That's not how international relations work. Iran and China will always call us the great Satan, no matter how nice we are. The descendants of the people who freed the slaves and peacefully liberated the colonies
So we're gonna send this Marine Army down here.
Dude was working. Shit on them for not going far enough. Well, they did some of those generous acts in history. Kindness turned to weakness in the West. The language of politics is and will always be power and force, no matter how much we don't want to believe that. We have forgotten that strength is the language of politics. I'll send you all a collect.
March to Adiran.
When he came to the band,
and we'll take the mercenaries to Adiran. First we'll recover our morale and Spoleto.
Give hug at the end of this video, since I think y'all need it. To circle back to the main question of this video, was colonialism good or bad?
There, behind this fort.
The short answer is that's not the right metric. Nietzsche talks about how the ancient Greeks had a concept of greatness and weakness that we don't really have today. And with our Abrahamic worldview, we try to shove everything into good or evil. But in the world of politics and power, that's not how things work. In the worldview that the ancient Greeks had, colonialism was clearly great. The Europeans ruled the world for centuries, and their ability to pull that off is absolutely astounding. People will be talking about it for thousands of years from now. However, was it good or bad? And I can't give an answer to that, because millions of people were brutally killed, tortured, and so many worse things by European colonizers. At the same time, the Europeans brought many different innovations and were consistently more humane than their competitors. When all's said and done, I don't think whether or not colonialism was good or evil is a useful metric. Because by the standards of individuals, nations always act like sociopaths.
That would never stop till Juanita's found. A man and his rifle, a mule and his hound.
Alright guys, let's skip another video. And pop in on chat, see what people got going on. You wanna watch a, would you guys wanna watch a EU4 video, or EU5? We can put one of those on if we want. We'll put on the EU5 video, I think. I wanna find a one. So I saw one last night, banking country. I saw a video in the suggested tab down here. I do want to find that though. Let's see. Where is this?
One day I believe that we'll be carried away by pretty horses. And the night will stretch our arms and float out in.
Hello and welcome back. Today we are continuing our Venice run with the intention of forming Carthage, so it's a Venice/Carthage run. Last episode was our opening steps.
In our love, we find forgiveness, and in our fear, we learn to see. And in my chains, I saw us running.
Ever stared at your bank account and seen that magical six-figure number staring back at you for the first time? Congratulations. You've officially joined a club that most people never reach. But here's the thing that nobody tells you about hitting $100,000. Having the money is actually the easy part. Knowing what to do with it without completely screwing up your financial future is where things get interesting. You've probably spent years grinding, saving every dollar you could, maybe eating more ramen noodles than any human should consume, all to reach this milestone. And now that you're here, you're faced with a problem that sounds ridiculous to anyone still living paycheck to paycheck. What do you do when you actually have money to invest? The internet is full of advice ranging from brilliant to completely insane. Like some guy on social media will tell you to put it all in cryptocurrency, your neighbor thinks you should buy rental properties, and your financial advisor is probably pushing some expensive mutual fund that makes them rich while keeping you average. My name is Nick, and I help people understand.
This life change comes slowly. There is time.
I love that I can make this video. I like to imagine that only at this specific moment in history, with someone of my social type, could you make a video at the anthropology and philosophy of real-life NPCs. The digital world allows the blurring of lines between what's a shitpost and what's an actual statement. Hell, that's the entire internet historian's career. This is not a video about NPCs in video games, or how they were created. This is not a video game channel, and I don't particularly care if some Japanese studio in the 90s invented them or not. This is a video about the NPCs we see in our daily lives. We're getting ahead of ourselves here. For the older folks listening, what is an NPC? NPC stands for non-player character. In video games, the hero goes on all these crazy adventures around the world, often killing monsters, dealing with insane plots, and more. The player runs these scripted characters named NPCs. An example would be that there's an NPC that runs a local bar, or a school teacher you need to question for your murder case. The joke with NPCs is that their limits are often very clearly seen by the game player. Since these characters aren't really expected to do that much, you'll often see them repeat the same lines over and over again, have a strained limited vocabulary, and they're often caught doing weird or bizarre repetitive tasks that don't make much sense. Seeing an NPC is like seeing a glitch in the Matrix, where the creators didn't put enough thought into these characters and predict how they would actually interact with the world. However, the next logical step from here was to compare these video game characters to people in the real world. For inhabitants of modern industrial societies, we run into lots of people who behave in scripted ways. When you deal with the barista in a coffee shop, bump into someone in the subway, or go to class, the interactions are in many ways scripted, since that's how social norms work. The NPC meme is now one of the most famous, and calling someone an NPC has become ubiquitous among people in my age group. Partially by challenge, I'm going to make an argument here that nested inside the NPC is actually a profound symbolism about the failing of modern society. You may chuckle, but wait till the end of the video and you'll see. Let's get started. To start, I'm not a gamer. My dad had a rule growing up that I could only play strategy games until I was age 16, and after that I was too busy to get super involved. I've sunk more hours than I can count into Total War, Company of Heroes, or StarCraft, but I never really got into the kind of games that use NPCs. I've played a decent amount of Skyrim and Kingdom Come Deliverance. To be clear, I am colonizing the gamer space as a history buff, but I feel absolutely no remorse at that. I'm also not a memeologist. To be fair, that's not a real thing, and anyone over the age of 15 who claims to be that is a disappointment to their entire ancestral lineage and nation. In this video, we're not going into NPCs as actual video game phenomena, but rather why the NPC name strikes such a chord with people, and why it's so symbolically important. The reason I made this video is that the NPC meme had a deeper resonance than I expected. I've explained NPCs to baby boomers and older folks, and they almost always start using
My first rifle was a 243. Papa gave Daddy
in their daily conversation. Once someone sees the NPC theory, they suddenly start seeing it all around them in the outside world. This is an idea Goethe invented named physiognomy, which has a couple different ways it manifests, but which means that by studying the outward forms of something, either how it looks or the art it makes, you can determine what its inner soul is. Spengler and Jung have pushed this idea even further with the arguments that you can determine a society's soul and philosophy by looking at its art or by looking at its mythical story structures and dreams,
we can unpack the underlying logic of human psychology. Something like NPCs are objectively silly, but it also speaks to something deeper in human society. Most young people in the modern world feel invisible. If you're most young people, you go to work at a soulless corporation, come home, scroll through Instagram, watch porn, and restart. I think people resonate with the NPC meme since they feel like NPCs. They look at their lives and wonder, if I were to be an NPC, how would my life be any different from what it is now? There's a certain degree of hollowness and artificiality in modern life. People feel like they could be living in a video game. On an anthropological basis, anonymity has its advantages. To use the video game metaphor, the main character, who's off fighting monsters, is much more likely to die than the NPC who stays in the town selling beer. The thing is that tradition and culture, or how a society functions, is an evolutionary adaptation that's been tested for thousands or millions of years to work. In most cases, that collective wisdom is smarter than an individual. Breaking against tradition and convention only works if you're intelligent and hardworking enough to make something better than the society's shared brain. This means that for most people, listening to their social superiors and social conventions is the smartest strategy for them. In fact, the vast majority of the population, or around 3/4, are low in trait openness, which means they actively do not like thinking about abstract ideas, and it's difficult and makes them uncomfortable. For most people who grew up in small towns, a normal experience is bringing up some crazy imaginative idea in school, having people shrug at you and tell you you're weird. This is understandable from an evolutionary perspective, since only a very small minority of the population is creative enough to think about abstracts in a useful way. Most people who try to be artists, intellectuals, and more are just bad at it. There is this whole subculture of people who are trying to be original, but through that, they are part of the generic group of people who are trying to be original. Lots of people want to be special, but through wanting to be special, they become basic. Find a punk rocker who dresses like a 17th century nobleman and sings out coltan mining in the car.
1, 2, 3.
Ungo, and I'll say he's original, maybe not good.
Mountain, mountain, it's good to see your face.
But still original. In fact, societies need to mostly be NPCs for their own survival. For an example of a country with too many main characters, look at Ireland. Ireland was an anarchic warrior society in which every individual believed himself worthy of being king. In other words, a society where everyone acted like a main character in a role-playing video game. The result of this was the Irish were incapable of unifying and were conquered by the English, who killed off their ruling class and kept the Irish as second-class citizens in their own country, incapable of owning property, of voting, or obtaining an education. Ireland has been consistently, until very recently, the poorest and least advanced country in Western Europe. Boring monotony is the normal state of the human condition. Most people for all of history have lived tedious and boring lives as peasants. If you were to go back to 1500 and explain the idea of NPCs to a nobleman, he would completely understand and would say, "Oh, you mean the common people." In this manner, the NPC culture carries an elitist and classist undercurrent to it, that there is a small group of people who imagine themselves to be in a separate range of existence from the majority population. Think of your average historic peasant, whether in medieval Europe, ancient China, Aztec Mexico, or modern India, living the same kind of life as their fathers and grandfathers, staying in the same village, and other very boring, seemingly programmed things. For reasons we'll explain through this video, the people at the time didn't view the lower classes as NPCs, rather more like animals or children, since their worldview is not as mechanistic and artificial as ours is today. For a 17th century farmer, the world seemed very real to you, since the key distinction that allows the idea of a modern NPC to be independent from the peasants of previous societies is the artificiality of the modern world, something I think a lot of people pick up on an intuitive basis. Those peasants didn't feel like they were video game characters, since they were deeply grounded into their place in time. If you were a pre-modern peasant, although your life was boring, you belonged to a tight-knit, shared village society with people you knew for your whole life. You probably had a very close family, children, friend group, a religion that explained the world to you, and an environment you lived in which felt real since you didn't know anything else. I'm not trying to glorify what was in most cases an incredibly hard life, but there are reasons that it lasted for thousands of years, and our society is falling apart at the seams only decades after it was founded. For a 17th century farmer, the world seemed very real to you since you had lots of relationships that you could place yourself in. Instead of feeling anonymous, your life probably felt too public and too personal. People will remember the dumb mistake you made as a teenager for your whole life. Your lord who determined all your governance either liked you or hated you. And your kids, friends, and parents probably saw you have sex. The culture you lived in was the collective experience of people like you or your village, and was thus intensely personal, but also had useful advice for the situations you face on a daily basis. We like to discount variables like religion, family, community, and so forth in the modern world, while the pre-modern viewed them as very important. However, we've consistently found with studies that they are the thing that makes people the happiest, much more so than money. Thus, when you look at their collapse, we can't view it as a secondary problem, rather the number one issue for society. We treat the breakdown of community and family as a bad side effect of having a better economy, while the reality is you're actively dismantling your entire society's ability to function. However, for people today, they feel like they're not living in a world that exists for them. Industrial civilization is based fundamentally off treating human culture as a commodity and constantly changing with no stability, while also valuing the physical world over the emotional and social. Today, the lodestone for people is they want to be rich and have lots of sex, and that's supposed to make them happy. There's not really a concept in our culture that you can be rich and surrounded by beautiful women, but you still feel sad, spiritually empty, lonely, and alienated. These are treated as side dishes, while the reality is that they're the main course. A complaint I hear in our society's subconscious, especially among Gen Z, is this all there is? Do I just go to work and watch TV and go on a couple dates, and does life have any meaning except this bizarre postmodern myriad of confusion and searching after material hedonic pleasure? And am I here for a reason? And this is the question that gnaws at our society, eating it alive. Due to everything becoming a commodity to be traded, in modern society that means nothing is stable and can be taken for granted. If you choose to stay in the same hometown for your whole life, your friends won't. The beautiful forests you played in as a kid will be steamrolled for shopping malls. You can get the love of your life, but she'll probably leave you. You probably don't know or care about your boss, and vice versa. You won't work the same job for your whole life. The logic of industrial civilization is that everything is a commodity being passed through a factory, and that includes you. Once everything that tethers you to the ground and reality is infinitely changeable, you are filled with staggering loneliness and listlessness. Every layer of modern society treats you like a cog. You go to a bureaucratic school, you work in a giant company, you date through an app, you die in a retirement home. These organizations view and treat you like a cog, because you are, and so in fact, you are an NPC. Implicit in this belief is that the differences of how people really are bad. If a company based out of New York chooses to build its factory in Bangladesh, shutting down one in Pennsylvania, it doesn't care at all about the people or circumstances being affected by this change, rather just the bottom line. If you move your company's headquarters to Georgia from Michigan, you won't learn or care about the local culture and history in Georgia. You'll just assume all Americans are the same because you're rewarded through that belief. When you go to school, they design the curricula around an average person, which is a fantasy aggregation of a bunch of traits that the leaders want to look for. If you deviate in any way from this fantasy average, if even by being more curious, creative, or positive things, you will be punished by the system since you make their life more difficult. The biggest trend in business management over the last 100 years is to treat workers literally as if they are robots with no agency. There's also this trend of corporate takeovers where one business exists to buy out another business, cuts most employees so that the company dies, and then the money is pocketed by the new CEO and shareholders when the company dies. Modern management gives the individual worker no agency, micromanaging every aspect of their work, killing any human soul or creativity. The thing is that this is not effective in the long term since an unmotivated workforce needs more managers to control it, and it kills the company's spirit. However, people don't care about the long term. The reason previous generations tolerated this soullessness is because it hadn't fully worked through its logic, but also modernity gave them godlike economic and technological advantages. And the thing is, I'm not gonna openly shit on modernity here because every era has its strengths and weaknesses, and I'm glad that I don't have to worry about dying of dengue fever, or I can fly to Europe in 6 hours. However, every era must end, and towards each era's ends, its flaws are far too big, and they start rupturing the society apart, and we will soon see that with modernity. Modernity is built off taking social trust from previous eras, created by religions, families, communities, and more, and then monetizing for the benefit of the elite, and then worsening the collective functioning of the society. We know this to be true since the societies that have had the most social engineering and experience with modern industrial civilization also have had serious social problems that have killed our ability to function. This includes the former Soviet bloc, Western Europe, and blue states in America, while jobs and factories moved to regions that have seen less of modernity's erosion of values. Thus, they are opened up for the monetization of their collective culture for the benefit of the elite. The endpoint of modernity and progress, which its political exponents actively agree upon, is the liquidation of the family, nation, religion, and community in exchange for more material gain, which in fact largely accrues to the upper class. For the lower classes, they use those to balance their hard lives. Among the lower classes, the collapse of all those things has caused mass drug usage, breakdown in family, and mental health problems, which are now at the worst levels in history. I can hear people in the comments saying the system I'm describing is capitalism, and that I'm missing the real demon who's pushing this, but that's objectively not true. Every industrial society, whether or not it was capitalist, including the Soviet Union or Maoist China, or even third world societies like Argentina, have these very same problems. And if you go back to pre-industrial capitalist societies like America in the 1600s and 1700s, these weren't problems. The left uses capitalism as a bogeyman whether or not it makes sense. I've been thinking a lot about Spengler in the Bible lately, and there really is nothing new under the sun. And Spengler said that societies often go through the phases that I'm describing now, with a breakdown in traditional society, as well as depersonalization and exploitation by large bureaucratic structures. And you see this in the Bible, where the Old Testament prophets talk about very similar problems as what I'm describing here. Alternately, Israel at the time of Jesus also had very similar issues of decline in traditional culture and slavery. And slavery did a lot of the things I'm describing here with bureaucratic depersonalization. And one of the points Amalric de Riancourt made that's very interesting is he said, if you were to explain wage work to someone from the ancient world, they would say, you mean slavery, and they wouldn't be able to see what the distinction was. And that doesn't mean that there isn't a distinction, but both of these are systems that submit a person's life to a depersonalized system that controls every aspect of how they work, while for most of the rest of history, People were poor, but they were individual proprietors who had agency over their lives. And what we found from psychological surveys is that individual agency is much more important to people's happiness than actual financial wealth, barring if you're not in complete poverty. Modernity promises material wealth in exchange for losing freedom. This occurs most obviously in totalitarian societies, such as the Nazis or communists, in which in exchange for surrendering autonomy, the experts promise to provide a material utopia. It's less overt in supposedly free democracies, but management still goes into every aspect of life. Today, if you throw a house party, the neighbors can call the cops on you. You can't get into bar fights. If you want to put a fly window on your back porch, you have to talk to the local zoning board. In some places, you have to have your interior decoration of your house, which you bought, approved by the local zoning board. If you're a parent and let your 12-year-old kid bike around town, you'll have the cops called on you, and I could go on. The irony is that most other people in history, even in autocratic states, lived lives that are much freer than ours today. The state was only a force that waged war and arbitrated legal disputes between people. Your daily life was subject to the local social norms, not an impersonal state. One of the most frustrating things about our times is that they are very tyrannical, but not in the traditional way. As said before, modern societies are often incredibly dismissive of individual agency and freedom, but it's always an impersonal bureaucracy that has no self-correcting features. Everything it does is in your interest, and so if you get angry at it, you're really just being oppressive and repressed, and you don't support the people who are helping you. Our society demonizes traditional power structures like the 19th century's business moguls or medieval feudal lords, but the thing with those is they were bound by custom, responsibility, and people knew who was in charge. Although both those systems could be very oppressive, a feudal lord grew up in the same place as his peasants, and the culture gave him certain obligations. If things went wrong, there was also someone that people could complain to. The bureaucracy exists to abdicate responsibility and has no boundaries, so it eventually concept creeped into a desire to control everything. Its tyranny stems from saying and believing that it means well. You can say that the previous systems were horrible as much as you want, and I'm not here to say how amazing life was in the past. But the reality is that historic systems like feudalism lasted stably for hundreds or thousands of years, while our current bureaucratic factory system is falling apart only decades after its formation. Over the 20th century and until recently, people supported this system since it gave them incredible material wealth. However, for young people today, most of whom are poor, lonely, alienated, and sexually frustrated, they look at it and they think, why did we sacrifice our freedom and all of our cultural values for wealth that we didn't get? It's the devil's bargain that always happens when leaders promise utopia. Communists, for example, always promise utopia and end up delivering slavery and starvation. Something I find deeply ironic is that modern industrial civilization and the mainstream have no defenders. Every part of the political spectrum says they hate the mainstream culture. The right blames the government and the left blames corporations. It's funny how the wealthiest, safest, and most advanced society in history is so loathed by its inhabitants. The reason that there are memes today of people pretending to be NPCs, repeating catchphrases, is that most people are. Most people have no independent culture, social connections, grounding in the world, and they work at companies that tell them exactly how to behave. We repeat back the lines we're sold by movies, the media, political pundits, and more. You're told what to think and believe it since it makes money for the elites. I grew up in Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, and it was interesting that there were rotting factories everywhere, and the city had very clearly gone into decline. But I talked to other people in my high school, and they never even thought about it. And I would think to myself, guys, how is it that your entire state can decline so massively and none of you even care? And it's because the media didn't tell them to care because the media is too focused upon national issues. But once you abdicate responsibility over your local situation, you're going to lose everything. I find modern fashion to be completely disgusting. It combines consumerism, materialism, and lack of good taste. The fashionable thing to do today is spend $300 on a crappy hoodie that has an expensive brand's name on it. This conveys a culture which puts no value on beauty, quality, taste, or the truth, rather solely upon popularity and expense. Someone in the company put no effort into that hoodie, did it for a quick buck, and you bought it solely because there's an expectation that it's expensive, which conveys wealth, which is the only quality that you care about. The other implicit truth in streetwear is that you wear the clothing of lower-class gangsters, since you cannot pretend to be higher status, class, or respect, which make your compatriots feel judged for themselves not striving for those. This has not always been our culture. Culture used to be a combined cultural accumulation of things that should help you, even if they often did fall short. Your culture's stories, traditions, and history existed to give you solidarity and guidance on how to live your life. However, in modernity, the stories, art, and culture all exist to make a small elite wealthier, while giving the public bread and circuses to entertain them that doesn't challenge them. In our society, if you attempt to do anything except be a cog who consumes, you're mocked and shamed. If you try to make something beautiful, be honorable, be sincere, improve yourself as a man, or treat yourself with dignity and respect, fall in love and get married and start a family, support your society, be happy, take pride in your heritage as a white person, you are mocked for being cringe and old-fashioned at best, or told that you are a horrible person at worst. Modern society literally just wants you to consume and shut up, being the perfect cog. It offers a safety valve for the left for dissent, but the left never questions these main assumptions of the society, so they're safe. The left will always push for the establishment, bureaucracy, and management to have more power. I'm not trying to push conspiracy theory here. Conspiracy theories involve having a small hidden cabal of people who are able to somehow micromanage the entire society. And that is impossible, because if you look over the course of history, the powerful have been pretty bad at running things, and have consistently not succeeded at pushing their agendas. But what I am saying is that in a society like ancient Babylon, where the priests had a lot of power, you find that over centuries, that if you have any problem in your life, your society demands you speak to a priest. And over time, even if that wasn't the intention, incentive structures naturally end up where they're meant to. And so no one in power wanted a coalition between leftist radicals and corporations, but it happened because both have a shared self-interest in the growth of the bureaucracy. Plato invented the idea of the simulacrum, or a purposeful distortion of reality that is confused for reality. Marxist thinker Baudrillard brought this out in the 60s to say that this was an implicit problem in modern society, where the elites created a warped vision of the world. I think he is largely correct, and this is the second biggest reason behind NPCism. The communists blaming others for making simulacrum is a pot calling the kettle black, since the communists, alongside other Gnostic-descended philosophies like Nazism, their whole game is creating a vision of history which serves them, and then saying their theory is indistinguishable from reality, thus calling anyone who disagrees with their theory unscientific. It fits into the Marxist tradition of projecting their own failures onto their enemies. However, modern society has multiple simulacra, pushed by different sides trying to sell a narrative. As my co-host Dave Hamilton says, we live in a reality war today in which different sides disagree on the most basic factors of reality and the human existence. Adam Curtis, who I believe to be the best documentary filmmaker of our time, and amazingly all his stuff is free online, talks about this topic in amazing depth through multiple documentaries. He blames advertising, which shifted around World War I from selling a product to a vision of the world. If you buy Gillette razors, you're not buying razors, you're buying attractiveness, suaveness, and happiness. Politicians and other powerful groups hire these advertisers and then spread this logic across our entire society. We live in an age without any real external threats. Due to this, and with the culture of advertising, interest groups sold the public what they wanted to believe without a recourse to reality. Our culture is completely unable to distinguish what we want to believe from what's actually true. If we want to believe women are exactly the same as men, all the races are indistinguishable, and if we want to break down all of our social institutions, we can believe that we won't face any ramifications, and that's just going to be true. If anyone questions these fantasies, the society will cancel them and destroy their careers. Most people in modernity believe that if they want something to be true, it just is. This comes through multiple forms. I mentioned before the leftist iteration, but there's also technologism, which believes if we want to make a perfect technology without social ramifications, it will create a utopia, and the only thing preventing complete utopia is our lack of creativity and initiative. There's a free market version which also believes that if we just empower the market and let people do what they want, it will create a utopia with no ramifications. It really pisses me off that people state opinions that no one in the sciences believes. No one in any field of genetics or anthropology believes that men and women are biologically the same, that biological race doesn't exist, and no honest economist thinks that if you print infinite amounts of money, there's not going to be negative recourses for the economy. But we just push these opinions, and then there's no one looking to see if they're actually true. The reality is that our thoughts can't change the world. If your town is being destroyed by Mongols, you can't wish them to go away. If you're a peasant in Uganda, you're not going to become a venture capital mogul. This has always been obvious to me. However, I'm always shocked that most people don't believe in it. Like, I literally tell people that objective reality exists and they'll say, but we can change it if we want to. I'll pull up historical examples of that not working and they'll just say, but it's different this time. I'll reply, we've said that 1,000 times before and it's always wrong, and then they'll say, but we have iPhones today. I literally cannot understand how the population can be this stupid. Only an era as safe and wealthy as ours can think that we control reality. People often say, we all have our own truths, which is insane, given it denies that the world is real, but also prevents any group cooperation or holding people to standards. You can't run a society if everyone has their own truth, given you can't hold anyone to standards, have people work together, or have any social trust. It destroys any sense of competency. You can have studied a topic for years and know the facts, but someone can just show up, know nothing on the topic, feel a certain way, and there is no recourse to that since there's no arbitration method to see if something is objectively wrong. This leads back to the NPC topic in a couple ways, since the removal of truth means that people self-isolate into groups of like-minded people. These become echo chambers as there is literally no way to form compromise between groups. Once you remove the truth and belief in reality, groups very quickly spiral into insanity and a complete lack of self-awareness. There's an interesting book named The Master and His Emissary by McGill Christ, and it's onto the left and the right brain. The left brain views everything in mechanical, binary terms, while also viewing everything through money and power. The right brain is capable of seeing nuance, the truth, beauty, meaning, and everything that can be autistically, mechanically measured. And what happens is that the left brain is only capable of seeing half of the truth, but it believes itself to be completely correct, while the right brain has more humility, but consistently gets the correct answer when tested. Most modern ideologies are very left-brain focused, in that they believe that they have complete understanding of the truth. That truth is solely based upon money and power and measurable things, and they lack any sense of beauty or meaning. And what ends up happening when you over-rely upon the left brain is that you consistently get the answer wrong, because you can't hold yourself to any standard or see where you go wrong. You think because you made a logical argument for something that that is the only logical argument and correct. When you get stuck in mental loops like that, it decays the rest of your mental functioning, which is why religious fundamentalists or political radicals often can't make artistically beautiful things, have good humor, see beauty, be able to criticize themselves, and more. The NPC meme leans right, with right-wingers often saying left-wingers, quote, support the current thing. This is since the left literally has no grounding in reality. Frankfurt School Thought, which the modern left literally and unironically is based off, says reality doesn't exist and the powerful make reality. This means that the left is not accountable to anything in the real world, thus it's only accountable to its popularity inside the organization. This has created comical results, such as when the Trump administration was working on the COVID vaccine, the left said they'd never use it. When that very same vaccine showed up, when the left was in power, they made mandates forcing people to take it. For the Mueller investigation against Trump, the left's view on Mueller fluctuated around 4 different times, between loving and hating him, depending on how it related to their self-interest. There are drag queen story hours, 8-year-olds who can't get tattoos or use sharp knives can say they're trans and have life-altering surgical changes upon them, and much, much more, because it's not about making sense at this point. The converse of the NPC I support the current thing meme is the rights against the current thing meme, and Ken Wilber is a very good book at how both sides of our political spectrum have abandoned the truth. In the left would criticize the right a lot for Trump just making stuff up on the fly, and no one on the right would call him for it. And that's a fair criticism, and much of the right has been taken over by bizarre conspiracy theories, such as the election being falsified that I haven't really seen any evidence for, or saying January 6th never happened, or the left is QAnon baby eaters. Modern politics have become completely schizophrenic. The other side has to support the opposite opinion from the other side, whether or not it makes sense. The right has become anti the Ukraine war, which is a normal society all Americans would support, since it's a war against one of our great rivals, and it's the opposite of the left. Remember when the right used to be the party of America's self-interest and supporting America's allies? The right used to support the vaccine, but once it became the left's thing, it suddenly became dogma. The right still believes in the truth to a greater degree than the left, I believe, so I haven't seen the same degree of schizophrenia, especially on the center right, which hasn't spiraled off, like, further right, but the right still designs its agenda against the left rather than logically. Every issue has to be politicized, even things like COVID that you would hope to believe would have brought us together. The destruction of truth means society pushes what it wants to be true, which means as people experience the world and realize what they were taught as children were lies, it means people lose faith in the system. Young men like myself were taught growing up that men and women were exactly the same, and that if you date a girl, take everything she says at face value, treat her like a man, and flirt by just being nice. However, when you try that, and it fails, you look for something else. This is why Matrix metaphors are so popular in our culture. The Matrix is a false AI universe people believe is real, while the reality is machines are harvesting their life force. This is a pretty apt symbol for industrial civilization. We are fed lies, like that we would get permanent economic growth, no war, that toughness and masculinity are now useless, that the sexes are the same, and that the world is whatever we want it to be. That system is breaking down now. The machine that is industrial civilization fed us these lies to keep us docile, as they gradually destroyed our societies and exploited our labor. It told us everything was good and shamed those who disagreed, so we couldn't resist as a culture. This is why the red pill, or the pill that you take to see that the Matrix is a lie, is the symbol that the new right uses. People in my age group grew up in a world that told them it was a utopia, but as they grew up, they very quickly realized it was a nightmare. The elite was so unrealistic that people are going to overreact in a brutal way, feeling like they've been conned and lied to for their whole lives. One of the things that pisses me off, and my friends make fun of me for talking about this so much, is that growing up, and I'm 22, is that the pop culture in schools and all of the adults in our society told us, you can follow your dreams and get whatever you want in life as long as you push hard. That just hang in there, and if you believe in yourself and listen to your heart, everything is going to work out. And now, as I'm an adult, I see society falling apart, and I'm thinking, giving us that advice with the life that we were going to live is basically just telling us to fuck off. I keep on repeating this because people don't seem to have it sink in, but no part of the political spectrum in the sciences believes that different races, social classes, or sexes are the same genetically, and everyone agrees that genetics drives around half of personality, intelligence, and more. Our society pushes a position that's been scientifically dead for over a decade, and over time will become completely undefendable. However, when, for example, your society tells you that there are no important cultural, genetic differences between races, and if you say that, will destroy you and your career, and then the science objectively returns that that's incorrect, it sets the society up for a horrifying reaction to say race, genetics, and more are the only things that matter, since the old society created no spaces to discuss them fairly, thus conceding the space to radicals. In summary, the reason people feel like NPC cogs in a video game is that they are. You are a cog in the machine that exists for the benefit of the machine that is industrial civilization. The machine lies to you and uses physical comforts to keep you docile as it tries to gain complete control over your life. You are unmoored from reality or anything your ancestors used to make their lives felt real. Does it ever give people thought the largest corporations and governments are allied with radical leftists that hate society? The reason that the ruling class is allied with those who want to destroy it is that both benefit from giving the machine power over human life. Some of you might have realized that I've drawn inspiration in this video from the Unabomber's manifesto. That's because I have. However, this brings me back to the final point. I agree with the Unabomber's manifesto's assessments of problems for modern civilization, much like Karl Marx, who correctly assessed that the capitalism of his era was oppressive. However, both err by thinking a revolution will fix everything. If we wanted to destroy the industrial world now, it wouldn't work. The military advantages conferred by industrialization mean it can't end. It's really easy to burn a building down and very difficult to build it. Revolutionaries always think that by destroying the old system, a utopia will just magically emerge from the wreckage. Instead, it degenerates to hell. As young people realize the world they grew up in was always a lie, and they get out of the Matrix, unlike the film's character, we just can't kill the machines and feel like everything's going to be fine. Dealing with these problems will require critical and realistic thinking. We now need the machine, which has been able to confer us godlike power and nearly infinite wealth. However, the machine cannot rule as it does now. The question of who will manage the machine and for what ends is the great question of our time. This feels like a strange point to tack on to the end of the video, but industrial civilization in its current form is doomed. It burns cultural institutions so quickly that the society cannot function. The birth rate is the easiest example of this, where in every industrialized society in the world, its population is destined to collapse over the next century. This crisis is horrifying, and it's unfair that our generation is expected to pay the bill for a party we never attended. However, it does provide a clean break in the 21st century to take a break so we don't lose our humanity. As of now, the machine is driving us to genetically engineering us to be cattle who can handle the dehumanization and silliness of our culture. Whether done with good or bad intentions, the creations of terrifying AI or climate change destroying our ecology. The collapse of modern industrial civilization and the birth rate are a gift from Mother Nature to keep us from driving the human race off a cliff into hell. Guys, no pressure, let's grab some popcorn and watch what might be one of the most interesting shows in history play out in front of our eyes.
In The King and many other films, archers lose arrow after arrow, as if they have a never-ending supply. But was that really the case? Didn't they run out sooner or later? In reality, each archer carried only a limited number of arrows, and a quiver could be emptied quickly. So, what happened once they were out? How did they get more arrows? In this video, we'll explore how English longbowmen were resupplied during the 100 Years' War, and how they ensured they never ran out of ammunition in the middle of battle. The Battle of Ardres in 1351 showed how disastrous it could be to run out of arrows. John de Beauchamp, the English military governor of Calais, set out on a raiding expedition with 300 men-at-arms and 300 mounted archers, when he was confronted by a much larger French force. His men initially fell back to Saint-Omer, but then entrenched themselves in a river bend to make a stand. The French dismounted and charged the English position 3 times. Beauchamp's men repelled them again and again, until the archers ran out of arrows. Forced into close combat, with only swords and daggers, the lightly armored archers stood little chance against the third French assault on their flanks. The result was a crushing defeat for the English. Of course, longbowmen brought arrows with them into battle. Arrows were carried in sheaves or bundles of 24, usually tucked into a belt at the side or on the back. Each archer carried at least 1 bundle, and more were issued before battle, with most men going into battle with 2 or 3 sheaves. 48 to 72 arrows in total. This was a solid starting supply, but far from enough for a prolonged battle, let alone an entire campaign. A skilled archer could exhaust that stock in minutes. The exact rate of fire of longbowmen is still debated, but contemporary sources suggest that anyone shooting fewer than 10 arrows per minute was considered unfit for service. That figure can therefore be seen as a minimum, while the best archers likely shot much faster. Of course, in practice, archers seldom released arrows at their maximum rate for several minutes at a stretch. Yet in the opening storm of arrows that typically launched an English battle, consumption was enormous. And when fighting dragged on, the supply each archer carried was simply not enough, as the Battle of Ardres demonstrated. For major campaigns, the real challenge was not just resupplying archers, but ensuring that enough arrows were produced to begin with. Robert Hardy, a leading expert on the English longbow, estimates that at the Battle of Crécy, the English archers lost more than 500,000 arrows, not counting the weeks of campaigning beforehand. Manufacturing such vast quantities, not to mention transporting them to the battlefield, was a Herculean task in an age without industrial production. How medieval England managed to meet this demand is best shown by the example of Henry V. Henry V was an ambitious ruler. According to historian Juliet Barker, he had a clear goal: to secure the French throne. Soon after his coronation in 1413, the young king began planning for an expedition to France, the famous Agincourt campaign. To avoid being drawn into a war of attrition against the numerically superior French, Henry aimed to strike fast and hard. As in many English campaigns of the 100 Years' War, longbowmen were key to achieving this goal. Henry knew they would need hundreds of thousands of arrows to succeed. His grandfather Edward III's Crécy campaign had impressively demonstrated the immense strain such operations placed on supply, and the defeat at Ardres had demonstrated just how disastrous a shortage of arrows could be. Drawing on this awareness, Henry, widely regarded as an exceptionally capable administrator, began preparations as early as 1413, 2 years before the start of the campaign. Immediately after his coronation, he banned the sale of weapons and arrows to the Scots and other foreign enemies. A month later, in June of 1413, he created a new royal office and appointed the fletcher and arrow maker Nicholas Minot as keeper of the king's arrows. Stationed in a royal arsenal at the Tower of London, Minot was given a substantial budget and a dedicated staff. His responsibility was to oversee the production and purchase of arrows, and to increase stockpiles in the arsenal. Minot quickly launched large-scale production and placed orders with arrow makers across the country. In August of 1413, for example, he ordered 12,000 arrows from the London fletcher Stephen Seller, only one of many such orders. Although Henry began his preparations early, he could never have secured enough arrows without the well-organized production and supply chains already in place. Over the previous decades, the longbow had become so central to English armies that a remarkable system of mass production had developed, for both weapons and ammunition. This proto-industrial network is impressive not only for the sheer numbers of arrows it produced, but also because arrows themselves were complex objects made up of many parts. The complexity only really hits you when you try to make one yourself. Most of us wouldn't even know where to start. And in a situation where civilization suddenly took a nosedive, that could be a real problem. Which brings us to today's sponsor, the book, The Ultimate Guide to Rebuilding Civilization. This isn't your average survival manual. It's a beautifully illustrated guide packed with practical knowledge. Everything from purifying water and building shelter to protecting your livestock, making soap, and even figuring out how to produce penicillin, arrows, or gunpowder from scratch. Every page features detailed hand-drawn sketches and makes it as enjoyable to browse as it is useful to read. Whether you're just curious about old-world skills or want to be ready for anything, the book is both a fascinating read and a great conversation piece. I've got a copy sitting in my living room, and it never fails to grab people's attention. You can grab yours through the link in the description and pinned comment below. It's the one book you'll be glad to have if things ever go sideways. Not all arrows were identical, but they shared certain features and requirements. A straight, knot-free wooden shaft of good quality, a delicate horn reinforcement at the nock, large goose feathers for the fletching, and specially forged steel points shaped for their intended purpose. Each of these components had its own supply chain and production challenges. For instance, arrow making required millions of goose feathers, and only the largest and strongest and the most perfectly formed ones were suitable. To meet demand, thousands upon thousands of geese had to be plucked. Most of these materials were processed by local arrow makers, hundreds all across England. In simple terms, the supply chain functioned like this. When the king needed ammunition, he issued orders to counties, where the sheriffs oversaw production and collection. Arrow makers in villages such as Bridgewater, Taunton, and Sherborne crafted arrows from local resources, bundling them into sheaves of 24. These bundles were delivered to the sheriff, who passed them on to the local lord. From there, they were gathered in the nearest large town, for example, Bristol. There, clerks inspected and counted the arrows before packing them into barrels and crates, ready for transport to the king's arsenals and directly to his armies. The counties did not always deliver the required arrows on time, and sometimes not at all. This was partly because demand fluctuated dramatically. In times of peace, it was minimal, but when war loomed, it soared. For example, when Edward III was preparing to invade France in 1359, the county sent 850,000 arrows and 20,000 bows to the Tower of London.
I don't know why I could
on top of earlier shipments and additional supplies delivered directly to troops and ports. At such moments, England was almost emptied of arrows. In 1356, the year of the Battle of Poitiers, for example, the Chamberlain of Chester found it difficult to find any at all. He was informed that, quote, no arrows can be obtained from England, because the king has taken for his use all the arrows that could be found anywhere there. The only way to prepare for such shortages was to keep the arsenals well stocked at all times. From the arsenals, the arrows were transported to a port and shipped to France. There, they were prepared for distribution to key hubs. From 1347 onward, mainly in Calais, when an army took to the field, it carried a supply of arrows in its baggage train, the wagons transporting supplies, equipment, and provisions. During longer campaigns, or when operations began elsewhere, arrows were delivered directly to the army from distribution hubs, along with material and provisions. Each company of archers had its own wagon loaded with equipment and spare arrows, traveling with the troops. In addition, bowers and fletchers often traveled with the army, keeping weapons and arrows in working order along the way. In battle, the baggage train usually stayed at a safe distance behind the lines, meaning that archers had to fetch reserve arrows from the wagons, or someone had to bring them to the front. Often, this task fell to camp followers, especially women and young people. The women took the arrows from the wagons, sorted them, and laid them out in bundles. Then, boys running back and forth between the camp and the front line would pick the arrows up and deliver them to the longbowmen, constantly bringing fresh bundles and updating the archers on how many sheaves remained so they could pace their shooting. Robert Hardy suggests that in some cases, archers ran back to the wagons themselves to fetch arrows. Longbowmen were usually arranged in several ranks, so that more arrows could be shot at once from a single line, and to make rotation easier. When an archer had emptied his quiver, he would run to the rear to collect more, while a comrade took his place. Hardy believes this practice gradually became a standard procedure, ensuring that the changeover happened quickly and smoothly. During longer campaigns, it was also common to collect and reuse arrows that had already been shot. It's unlikely that archers attempted this during the battle itself. The arrows usually landed amid the clash of infantry and cavalry, far too dangerous a place for lightly armed longbowmen. No one would risk entering this perilous zone just to retrieve some ammunition. But once the fighting was over and the battlefield was clear, the archers would sweep across the ground and gather their spent arrows and identify which ones could still be used. Reusing arrows was cheaper than producing new ones, though they often required repair before returning to the quiver, a task that could take considerable time. For example, in 1343, an English army collected 7,000 arrows and brought them back to England. where they were carefully refletched and repaired at the Tower of London, a task that reportedly took 10 workers 6 days. The elaborate preparations Henry V made for his eu4 campaign paid off. When he set out to France in 1415, his archers were exceptionally well equipped. The results were clear by the sunset of the 25th of October 1415. The muddy battlefield was showered with English arrows and strewn with French corpses. The longbowmen had played a decisive role, helping deliver a crushing defeat to the French and securing one of Henry V's greatest victories. Thank you for watching the video. As always, we put a lot of effort into this video. Extensive research, double-checking, editing, animation, illustration. All of it is a lot of work. If you want to enable us to continue making these videos, please consider donating via Patreon. It's the best way to support us, because it ensures that we can fund these videos in the long term and don't have to cater to hype and trends, which wouldn't work out well for a channel about history.
Yeah, see, I think that's a good thing for me to keep in mind when I'm reacting to stuff. Reacting to EU5 or 4 or Vic3 stuff is fine, but I don't want to steal from my fellow creators. So I think I'm gonna just like share this guy's videos in the chat after I watch them, and watch little documentary things like this. Because I do like this type of stuff, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Siege warfare in Japan differed fundamentally from that in Europe. While European sieges were revolutionized at the end of the Middle Ages by the emergence of artillery and bastion forts, guns and siege engines played only a minor role in Japan. Instead, Japanese armies often favored direct assault tactics to capture fortresses. Japanese castles were also designed with a different defensive approach in mind. Rather than relying on a massive outer wall to stop the enemy as in Europe, Japanese defenses were based on the principle of defense in depth. Attackers were forced to navigate a carefully engineered labyrinth of death, where defenders launched counterattacks, ambushes, and rained down stones, arrows, and bullets. The second half of the 16th century witnessed numerous spectacular sieges, during which fortresses were burned, undermined, or even deliberately flooded. In this video, we explore how to lay siege to a Japanese castle during the Sengoku period. The Onin War broke out in Japan in 1467. Its most significant clashes occurred in and around the then capital, Kyoto, where, allegedly, over 200,000 fighters from two rival clans engaged in what can be best described as a massive street battle that lasted more than a decade. By the war's end, Kyoto was in ruins, and so was the authority of the emperor. The political and social order collapsed, plunging Japan into chaos. Soon, dozens of rival lords, known as daimyo, competed for power. During this period, known as the Sengoku, or Warring States period, political legitimacy was based solely on military strength. To consolidate their positions, the more ambitious lords began constructing vast networks of fortifications. According to some estimates, nearly 40,000 castles of various sizes were built during the Sengoku period. Amid the struggle for power, these small strongholds changed hands regularly, making siege warfare more important in Japanese warfare than ever before. When we talk about Japanese castles during the Sengoku period, we are not referring to grand iconic structures like the Himeji Castle. These impressive architectural symbols of wealth and authority only began to appear during the more tranquil years following 1600 under the Tokugawa shogunate. Until the mid-16th century, most Japanese castles were what is known as yamashiro, simple mountain fortresses made of wood and earth. A key principle of Japanese military architecture was that a castle's strength lay not in the way it was built, but in its location. Because of this, building sites were deliberately chosen for their lack of accessibility. In the case of Yamashiro, literally mountain castles, two abundant natural resources in Japan were utilized: wood and mountains. These castles were literally built out of the mountain. First, one or more peaks were cleared and flattened to create plateaus. Then the mountain slopes were transformed into simple fortifications. Ditches were dug between the individual hilltops and sometimes even filled with water by diverting mountain streams. The individual fortified areas were connected by bridges that could be dismantled or raised at a moment's notice. Finally, the felled wood was used to construct simple structures: palisades, gates, platforms, towers, and various residential and storage buildings. A reasonably well-preserved example of a yamashiro is the Keida Castle. From the mid-16th century onward, wealthier daimyos began reinforcing the mountain slopes with layers of stones and replacing palisades and wooden walls with plastered, wattle and daub constructions. As seen in this case, this innovation addressed the greatest weakness of the yamashiro, its instability, because the simple earthen foundations were prone to erosion and undercutting. They could only support small, lightweight structures. To solve this, builders covered the mountain flanks with a layer of pebbles before cladding them with solid dry stone walls. This gently sloping stone foundation enabled the construction of larger, sturdier buildings, laying the groundwork for the development of the traditional Japanese castles we know today. According to the historian Paul Barbie, this innovation marked the beginning of, quote, a great age of castle building in Japan. The fortresses built in the second half of the century impressed European missionaries and merchant travelers who visited Japan. With their massive stone walls, these castles reminded them of the artillery fortresses common in Europe at the time, known as bastion forts or star forts. Their defining features were low, massive walls, with bastions designed to withstand sustained cannon fire and eliminate any blind spots for the defenders' artillery. Sieges on these fortresses were waged with shovels and guns, and often ended when the city wall was breached. Now, while the walls of Japan's largest fortresses indeed resembled European bastions, their purpose was fundamentally different. In Japan, artillery played hardly any role in siege warfare. At most, an attacker brought a few catapults, and even these were primarily used as anti-personnel weapons, rather than to destroy walls and fortifications. According to Thomas Conlon, an expert on Japanese warfare, the Japanese quickly recognized the effectiveness of Western cannons, but it took considerable time before these weapons were fully integrated into their arsenal. It was not until the siege of Osaka in 1614 that bombardment tactics comparable to those in Europe were employed. Until then, Japanese commanders preferred to rely on mass infantry assaults, precisely the type of assault the fortresses of the period were designed to withstand. The evolution of Japanese siege tactic reminds us that every era develops its own form of strategic thinking. The same emphasis on positioning, timing, and intelligent command is at the heart of Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus, who we'd like to thank for sponsoring this video. What makes Tacticus great is not just the Warhammer setting, which I'm a fan of, but that it offers a fast-paced, turn-based gameplay that does require thinking ahead and using strategy. It's not one of those games which plays itself. If you do not position your characters well enough, or if you don't have the right team comp, you're not going to succeed. Tacticus' gameplay cycle of unlocking progression and achievement is rewarding because it allows you to customize your forces and deploy increasingly powerful units with unique abilities, each with their own specific traits and strategy. Currently, there are more than 90 champions from 20 playable factions available. On top of the PvE campaigns, such as the Fall of Cadia, there are also PvP live events and guild raids, and an ever-expanding roster of factions and champions. While you can play and enjoy Tacticus for free, there are in-game paid unlocks available, which often come with a regular discount, and which I found can be worthwhile if you're wanting those later campaigns right from the get-go, or if you wish to play as a certain faction from the very beginning, ready to take the battle to the Warhammer universe. Use the QR code on screen, or click the links down below, and join Tacticus today. The tactical principle underlying Japanese castles was defense in depth. Unlike European artillery fortresses designed to stop an attacker at an impregnable outer line of defense, Japanese castles were not meant to halt the enemy at a single barrier. Instead, they consist of multiple levels, sometimes referred to as tiers, that attackers had to conquer one by one. The defenders would confront them, retreat strategically, and then counterattack to slowly wear them down. If the defense held, the enemy was routed before reaching the castle's heart. So, unlike with European fortresses, battles were fought not only in front of the walls, but also within the castle itself. The principle of defense in depth wasn't limited to individual castles. It also shaped castle building on a strategic level. Apart from their main strongholds, the daimyos built dozens of smaller satellite castles scattered across their territories. These formed a web of obstacles, forcing an invading army to engage with multiple fortified points. Hence, the intruder had to conquer or destroy every single fortress in its path. Otherwise, the garrisons could later strike at their supply lines from behind. A single small border castle might not stop an invader, but it drained resources, tied down soldiers, and cost precious time. Multiply that by dozens of such castles, and even the most determined advance could be slowed or even brought to a halt. A famous example of such a castle network is the fortresses of the influential Hojo clan. Their main castle was in Odawara at Sagami Bay. As the clan's largest and most prominent fortress, Odawara stood at the head of a sprawling network of satellite castles, most of which were controlled by family members. These satellites operated independently in day-to-day affairs, but coordinated closely with Odawara to manage and defend the clan's territory. One of the most important first-rank satellites was Yamaneka Castle, which was attacked by Toyotomi Hideyoshi in 1590 and overrun in a single day. Beneath these first-rank satellites were sub-satellites, typically small mountain castles, and finally, at the outer edge of the Hojo territory, basic outposts, torides, which served primarily as rallying points for local troops. Such networks could expand to include dozens of castles, forming a complex and deeply layered system of regional defense. Another key difference between Japanese and European fortress architecture was that Japanese castles served almost exclusively military purposes. Unlike the fortress cities of Europe and China, which combined military, economic, and civilian functions, Japan had no such multi-purpose strongholds until the late 16th century. Japanese castles primarily functioned as defensive strongholds and administrative centers, rather than as shelters for the broader population.
Also, it's hard for me to
As time went on, fewer and fewer daimyos concentrated power in their own hands. They expanded their territories and raised ever larger armies. Most traditional Yamashiro were too small as rallying points for thousands, or even tens of thousands of troops. As a result, starting in the 1570s, warlords began to move into the plains, where they constructed new fortresses that not only served their military needs, but also showcased their authority and wealth. Alongside the modernized mountain castles, two new types rose to prominence: the Hirajiro, or plain castle, built on flat terrain and surrounded by moats and earthen ramparts, and the Hirayamajiro, a hilltop castle constructed on a hill within a plain. One of the earliest representations of this new, functional and representative generation of castles was Atsuki Castle, built by Oda Nobunaga, the first of Japan's great unifiers in 1576. Commanding structures like Atsuki became the stages for some of the most spectacular sieges of the Sengoku period. There was no single blueprint for Japanese castles. They came in many forms and shapes, molded by their surrounding landscapes and the needs of their owners. Yet despite their differences, they shared one crucial feature. All were built on the principle of defense in depth. Every fortress was divided into multiple baileys, or courtyards, which attackers had to capture one by one. This shared structure allows us to define an ideal type. A simplified
we're watching in the background, just commentary. That way I'll comment on chat if anyone pops in. And yeah, otherwise just treating it like a VOD. So yeah. So we did just get our government reform. Let's see what we can do here. We're going to take the expand temple right since we built a lot of churches. Oh no, we haven't yet. That's the marketplaces. Okay, we're about to be able to tech up, so that's good. Let's go re-siege Perugia. And we're going to integrate Naxos. Sorry, that's the Knights. Where's Naxos? I didn't realize those guys were a vassal. Now that the Ottomans are weaker, it'll be good to have a little naval base on an island out here in the Eastern Mediterranean. Let's see. Let's find out who the fuck cares if the Pope likes us at this point. Pope hates us at this point, probably, so why the fuck does it matter, you know? I'm gonna turn up the music in EU4, since I don't have anything on in background. So we'll turn that up all the way and turn the sound up too. Sound effects. Turn the audio way up. Okay, so what I'm thinking we're gonna do for the peace deal is possibly take just these or this down to here. So this, and this, and then vassalize Bologna. But it depends on whether they're still in the empire now or if they're out. Is that in a different trade node or is this in the Balkans? It's in the Balkans. So we're gonna take oh shoot, we have rebels here, don't we? Albanian separatists. We need to get this war done and take this over here. Okay, we're just gonna peace out. Depends on if we can re-siege this, but if we re-siege this in time before they, you know. Although, you know what we were gonna do? We were gonna upgrade this, but did we finish the mission? Let's see. No, we didn't. So we're gonna upgrade this one. Wait, we don't have enough dev. Do we have inflation? What the fuck? I don't know, maybe we can't do it in that zone. Oh, well, we're... Okay, it's because we're at war. That's why. But one thing we can do with our money is we can build that really good high-income church in Venice. Cathedral or whatever. And then when we do finish that one, we'll get a bit of a bonus to income. Because it'll immediately upgrade us when we build a church there. Where is it? Capital of Europe is this one. Yeah, so has a temple or a cathedral building. Oh wait, where is it? I don't know, but one of these gives us a bonus building in here. I tried playing a campaign as Venice the other day. We didn't win, but that's fine. I don't know why Austria's just sitting here, but I'm happy that they're covering my territory. I guess they don't have enough troops, enough navy, right? So they need to just stay there and repair. Or like slowly like transport their troops back. Because they're like not black flagged, but they're... See, I don't know what Austria's doing there. That's weird. As long as you're guarding my territory, I'm fine with that. So... Alright, we're gonna focus on building marketplaces all over the trade nodes that we have control over right now. Probably should have built it here first, but whatever. Where is this? Durazo? Okay, Arstra's there. That's fine. What is this? Theodoro, what the fuck? How are they winning that? Is Muscovy involved in this? What about Lithuania? Poland? I guess they're just... Ottomans are sucking crap right now. Okay, now that we're not at war, we're gonna upgrade these trade centers into Ragusa nodes so we can finish this stupid mission that we've had for like, I don't know how long. We got it. Oh, it's about to expire. Damn. Alright, let's detach our trade ships. Go here, detach these guys. We're gonna recruit more galleys. And we're gonna send these guys to patrol in Ragusa. So we can get control from Hungary. And we're gonna just do a little bit of that. Let's go send our main army down to over here. We'll land in Corfu. Oh, it is Poland's allied with them. Maybe they're a vassal of Poland. Another vassal of Trebizond. Or sorry, vassal of Trebizond. Troopers are. What is going on with this? Why are they? Why is the Ottomans losing so bad? Damn. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Alright, we're gonna focus on supporting. Well, maybe we'll just take this from them, right? We could. But I think we're going to focus on improving our economy first and eventually taking this gold province from Serbia. So we're going to transport our army over there, I think. Yeah. And we're going to... we'll leave this guy with Corfu. It's literally 1474, and I haven't even got ideas yet. I'm doing dog shit this run. Alright, we're gonna go to war with Bosnia and Hungary, or Bosnia and Serbia. Oh, I meant to do that one. Alright, we're gonna just set this all to protect trade. Because we have basically full manpower, I think, right? Yeah, about full. We'll change this one later, but that's fine for now. I was gonna, the reason I clicked on this one is because I was gonna change it to the one for the one where you can set it to the, what's it called? Where you the fuck? The one where you set it to the one where it has the unrest modifier. Sorry, I went blank. I need to stop conquering for a while and focus on building up my territory and my forces and my trade companies, because if I keep conquering like this, I'm gonna get so behind in admin tech that I'm just gonna be screwed. Although I don't know, we'll see. But we're gonna send them all back to the capital for now. What we might do though, actually, is just send these guys to the rebelling provinces. Dalmatian separatists. Oh, probably should have kept them there. For some reason, it seems like when it's two different types of what are they doing? What the fuck are they doing? I don't know what the fuck they're barking about. Oh, okay, cool. So we do get the development from temples cost or development of temples modifier, where we get -5%. Local unrest -2, tax modifier +33 +40%. So okay, cool. We're gonna go over here and resiege this. Hopefully we can. Okay, cool. We got there first. Since it's mountains, we should have a defensive bonus, but yeah, we do. Okay, cool. Hang on, I'm gonna go check what my dogs are barking about. Oh, never mind. Probably some random thing. Okay, we're gonna go crush this rebellion with our mercs. It's only 2 people, so 2 per troops, so 2 per troop. Alright, now let's... Okay, so they're already 27% done to annexing this Naxos island. Are we... Is these guys still in our trade league? Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna build here... I'm gonna build this for the unrest reduction. Same with all these other ones over here. We're gonna focus on expanding our churches into the Orthodox lands for the unrest reduction. So everywhere we can build that, we're gonna build that. So let's do that real quick. No, I'll take the military power. That's fine. Sub crown land. Pay that off. And let's upgrade these 2. So it looks like we're having some Bosnian rebels, separatists. We're gonna lower autonomy here and then try and get them to rebel and crush them. I'm gonna expand the Dalmatian culture into Bosnia and Serbia, just because it's adjacent. So what is this doing? Is this converting it? I think we're gonna what is there any ideas to take culture conversion? Promote culture. I don't want to promote culture. Wait, is that what it's called? Promote culture? Administrative? Core creation wouldn't be bad. And we are behind on admin, so the final capper, although I don't know if we really want to do that if we're behind on admin, right? So like move this into this province. We're gonna see if these guys will vassalize. Know that they're more adjacent to us, borders wise. No, they won't. Will the knights? Oh, they're not in our trade league. Let's get them in. They actually might vassalize. Would Cyprus? Cyprus isn't in our league either. What the heck? Huh. Let's get that boosted up. You know what I think it is? I think my dogs don't know that I'm home right now. And they might be wondering what the fuck the noise is when I bump the wall with my foot. I'm just gonna go check to make sure nothing's like going wrong. Give me a second. I'm barking a lot.